Put it in reverse, Tara.
In your research, did you hear anything about the new chair talking about printing $30 trillion?
Man, I don't know how to decipher, dude. I've never seen somebody flip flop so hard.
Yeah, cutting the interest rates. Yeah, I caught a short on it. Repeat all the shit that he said. Probably half of it's true, but we're talking about printing all that money just to not pay our debt off, but to make our debt worthless. So just
Yeah.
inflate the
If
crap out of our money.
you owe $30 billion of a worthless dollar, it's cheaper to pay back for sure. Such a crazy idea, though.
I don't know if you ever listened to that Jack Mallor guy, but he had a really good conversation about how Trump, got whatever Bitcoin or whatever signed the bills, so now Bitcoin could be in people's portfolios or IRAs or whatever pension, by MicroStrategy, and that's going to be the thing that kind of keeps people up when they inflate the heck out of the dollar. So, everyone's going to be somewhat richer because, they're going to, inflate so hard. But, the fact that we have a fixed supply of this, supposedly, it's going to
That's
go up
always
a lot.
been the maxi argument. Right, the dollar will get debased continuously. All fiat trends to zero. In that sort of scenario, all you have is Bitcoin.
Yeah,
My fear is that Bitcoin gets to $1 million, but it costs $100,000 for a loaf of bread.
exactly. Yeah. So Ray Dalio and Tucker Carlson had something 10 hours ago. How to survive the coming civil war and the plot to use debt and CBDs. He was poor. Watch it.
I'm glad he said it. People think I'm dramatic when I talk about silver. Don't understand how crazy this shit is gonna get.
Yeah, I wish I would have made a play on it. I didn't even know I had access to it on my exchange.
That's one of the things we're gonna take care of in Cypher School too. We're gonna make sure that everybody is hot wallet up, money available in exchanges that have access to every industry, so that we don't miss any opportunities.
Hmm. Yeah, I definitely don't use the debt. Like, I have used it, but I don't use them enough. I hear how you move with certain things, and definitely leave the money on the table.
Yeah. Nah, no, $100,000 loaf of bread sounds crazy. But grandma used to buy bread for 5 cents.
Hmm. It's crazy. Bottle of water is pretty much the price of a gallon of gas. If you would have heard that 10 years ago, you wouldn't have believed it.
Yeah, if you told somebody 10 years ago that the dollar would hyperinflate and that you buy $8 loaf of bread in Whole Foods, they'd be like, "Get out of here."
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
Supposedly called
exactly.
the test run for what they're going to be doing. Pertaining to inflation, not virus.
We're at that retest. This was the top of the move for me. This is what I was saying. If you're gonna catch the falling knife, there's not a lot of meat on the bone because I expected to sort of reject off the retest. Did we get our order block? Not really. There's an order inside of our order block now, 565 Bitcoin, trying to keep it underneath. And there she goes.
Do you think we could swing this until 64.7 or around that range?
Measured move is like 68, but it doesn't have to stop there. You know what I mean? If we take out structure, meaning that W invalidation, roughly, right? If we take that structure out, our next spot is 67.2. That doesn't hold 66. Where we really don't want to break, where things start to look irreparably bearish, is coming down underneath 62. We break this support. At that point, we've taken out all of our structure. But you got to remember, like, we've put in every one of these drops down, right, is another sort of order block that's sitting there. And that's what's wrong with these moves up. Like, they don't hurry up and go. End up having to come down through this shit. But great entries for people who got left behind. If you can get it, right? It actually does come down.
I normally don't catch price action the way I have been the last couple of days since we left like 92, man. I just feel like market's easier to, I don't know, the price action's easier to grab a hold. I just feel like the moves are like faster or
Just getting better, bro.
like hard rebounds and like easier ways to get solid entries as opposed to grabbing them late. I caught this morning. I caught like every day. I've had some losses, but been cracking it hard on high leverage too. Real hard. I just got whatever. I sound like I'm breaking. But yeah, I normally don't get good entries. Guess I'm starting to get confidence in the TA.
I'm not holding silver for the next 5 years. My silver play is till the end of this bull market. So 7 months, 8 months. I don't think they let it go. This is gonna be over eventually. It'll run hard, and then somebody will have to step in because silver above 100, above 150 is unsustainable. And honestly, I don't know if paper silver ever goes up that high again. But as far as the price of physical silver, right, the demand will eventually get so big that somebody will unlock supply. Right now, everybody's locking up supply. Once that supply unlocks, then the price of physical will start to go down as well. But the scarcity right now is crazy. And what sucks about it is that there's no there's no real safe way to take this silver trade right now. I mean, you could trade paper and just trade options and trade the chart, right? Trade the paper chart. But as far as getting access to actual physical silver, I don't think people want to pay above. People look at the price on spot and they're like, well, why am I, like, it seems expensive to them because of the premium. But they don't realize that that's just the price of paper. Like, that there's nothing there. And selling your silver right now, unless you got a guy, highway robbery. I was watching this show the other day, a watch guy, but the deals with jewelry and shit too. And he was like, bring your silver and your gold in, we're paying 20% under spot. And he said it like that was a deal. You want to sell me some silver at 20% under spot? I got you. Hit my DMs.
That reminds me of Carvana. Everyone's like, "Oh yeah, sell Carvana. It's so easy. This that." And anytime someone comes and picks up a car at your house and gives you, a price for it, it's rarely a good deal on your part. They have to be. It has to be worth it for them. Either way, seeing that they got caught up in a whole bunch of fraud.
I didn't hear that.
Let me ask you this. So, I'm in a position, whatever, high leverage, and I want to take profits. Now, normally, what I'll do, I know I could use TP, but I never use the TP option on on the exchange. I'll either move my stop loss up or I'll close a percentage of it. What I've been doing lately with the high leverage is I'll I'll get to a point where whatever I believe it, there's a good chance it's going to turn.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll take half, right? And then immediately, because again, half of the, my margin's $100 on 500x, whatever, or 200. So I'll take 100 out, right? But meanwhile, I just pulled whatever, 15, 200, $2,000, whatever, right? But then I'll go and immediately I'll drop another $100 back in it. So I have the same size play.
Mm-hmm.
However, my entry point is nowhere near where it is, So now
Yeah.
I just take I slide it up to where it is. So I have a grace period. Is there another way? Am I leaving money on the table by doing that? Someone was saying something about like over 100%. You could just take profit and leave the margin in.
That's a way to do it as well. To
Again,
leave
I don't know.
weight in the trade. The way I traded was always way more aggressive. Like my leverage trading style isn't for everybody. It's not advisable. But I would just keep increasing. Me personally, I would keep increasing leverage and bringing up my stop, right? But making sure that my margin was straight so that my liquidation was always underneath my spot. But as long as the trade was alive and I hit a new floor, like I hit a new SR or I hit a new support, I was moving my stop up and increasing leverage, and I would just milk trades till they were done.
Yeah, I'm going raw dog. I'm jumping into this thing high, but I jump in with small margin when it starts baking.
Yeah.
I add to it at key points, whatever. But
But no, the way you're doing it sounds fine. I mean, I don't think you're leaving any money on the table, right? It's a way to not move up your It's a way to keep weight in the
way
trade
to
and not
keep it,
move
yeah.
up. Yeah.
But if not, it's that $100 or that $200. If I leave it in there and I get up to whatever $2,000 profit or whatever P&L, if I sit in it and it turns around, that $2,000 is to 1,500, in a candle or two.
Yep.
So again, taking it out while I have it and then taking $100 and throwing it back in, it's like it's a way of securing it. Otherwise, I'd wind up just watching it come back and
What you're doing
like
is removing risk while keeping the same size trade going or close to the same size trade going.
cool.
right, what are you gonna do, Betty? This should be trying to come into this order block now. Now there's 900 Bitcoin defending it, not 5. 874. Another 300 on top, so you got about 1,000 Bitcoin sitting right on top of it.
When market maker sees this, does he kind of also join into that?
Depends on the motivation, right? If there's a motivation to get above, you need that 800 Bitcoin you need to be able to move, right? Somebody that has a bigger bag would be more likely to make a massive trade here because that 800 is there, right? If they want to buy 2,000 Bitcoin or something, right? They know that at least this 800 is going to get filled at this price point. But for the most part, there's probably not any big players in the pool right now, or else this would be a $2,000 sell wall. They feel like they can scare Bitcoin away with only 1,000 Bitcoin. I mean, could scare retail away with 1,000 Bitcoin. You see big pops through this shit too, because like I said, somebody can start a party knowing that they're gonna lock in the most of their. If that wasn't there, that 800 Bitcoin, you'd probably have to come up to like 703 to fill all that. You end up with an average of like 701. Where here they can fill that whole 800, 900 underneath 70.
No, that's very interesting.
Yeah, you got to play these type of games if you're playing with a certain size bag to keep from screwing yourself. And it's not even like you're trying to screw anybody else over. You're just not trying to screw yourself over. That was the worst part of memes, was you couldn't really go in with any size all at once. Because you would just print a massive God candle and then everybody would take profit on you. Getting above 70K is the psychological push that this needs to keep sentiment positive right now. That wall is sitting right at 69.96. That's what they're trying to keep from doing. These guys probably most definitely have shorts already in position. And they're trying to defend their liquidations. Probably short up here. So dramatic, Bitcoin. Just do it. Slow motion ass bullshit. See, you just needed a pep talk. You're gonna go. What happened?
I was just waiting forever. This is my break even right now.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I already know those feels. Time is just dragging by right now. They're all resistance. Your 50 EMAs on every time frame are mean reversion. I usually switch to the time frame where the fight is like currently happening. Like here it would be like the 5 minute, right? We're currently retesting the 5 right now. But as this rejects or if it pops, then I'll push up to the 15 minute and watch it happen again, right? Or pull up to the 10 minute and make sure that that momentum is continuing. If it's not going to pass the 10 on, if it's not going to pass the 50 on the 10, then you know it's not going to pass on the 15. Right? If you were looking at it on the 1 before, you already popped your 50. So you would have switched to the 5 to try to watch this play out. This is what lets you know that your momentum is dying on the trade before before it's obvious.
Those little tips on momentum that you just went over, those have been so helpful. Just in general, because momentum, like for me in particular, has been a hard thing to kind of get a grasp of, and those have been very helpful.
Yeah, I know what you mean. One of the harder things to teach, really.
Like holding the 50 on the 1 minute is like that. Just I can use that to remove stress, like just get myself out of a trade kind of thing.
So now when you see a rejection on a higher time frame, right? Our dots here are the 50. When you see a rejection on the time frame that you switched up to, right? We were on the 1 minute, switched to the 5. Now you switch to the 1, and you're looking for the mean reversion back to the 50. You're no longer looking to see if it breaks the 50 on the 5. Now you're looking to see if it holds the 50 on the 1. Make sense? You're trying to keep this bullish momentum alive.
I'm not logging this. Yeah. Yeah, I'm short from 69.8.
Nice. Yeah, so in your case, you're looking for that momentum to flip so that you know that you're back on track. We switch back to our EMAs. What you're looking for is for that 13 EMA to cross the 50. Price underneath the 50 is just volatility. Until your 13 EMA crosses your 50, you haven't switched momentum yet. And that's where a lot of people sort of screw up. Right? You take this trade on the break. Price comes down underneath the 50 here, and then you just yeet it because it lost the 50, but the 13 never crossed. So you end up getting 2 more highs. And I mean, who knows? This shit hasn't even come down yet. But either way, it works the same way in reverse. Right? You're in a short. Price pops up above the 50. You start getting a little spooked out on your short. But that 13 hasn't crossed yet. It gives you a little bit more patience. Ends up playing out. It'll lose its value once it stops holding price. Once price stops reacting to it, that's when it'll lose its value. But as long as price keeps consolidating in that range, remember, there's SR flips that are just a straight line, and then there's support and resistance zones, right, that are more of a range. This one.
What's could you define absorption?
Yeah, like if you have, let's say up here, there's 500 Bitcoin or 1,000 Bitcoin, or like we were looking at here, right? That Bitcoin that's above. As price goes moving into that block and absorbing those coins, it gets smaller and smaller. Once that's completely absorbed, it means that the bulls have bought the 600 Bitcoin and are continuing to buy at higher prices.
Okay. I'm hoping that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, they're not spoofing it either. They're not going anywhere. They're pretty serious about that wall. It's always good when you're in a trade and you see whales defending your trade.
Yeah.
Like, good, because I don't have 600 Bitcoin to stop price from going up, so I'm glad somebody does. That's how I feel when I see those big buy walls underneath. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, there's a really nice book map live stream that I've got rolling off of YouTube from this Russian YouTube channel. So I see the same 800. Well, it looks like it's splitting up, but yeah, the 800 Bitcoin around the 70K level on this live stream.
Banshee, the cloud is like a standard deviation based on the average true range. So like when there's a lot of volatility, right, you'll see it widen up. In ranges, I should say, actually, right? When price is impulsive, you'll see it get like really thin.
Also, like the Bollinger Bands. some people it might make more sense to that.
In
for
a
them.
way, yeah, in a way it's similar. Just think of the purple cloud as that's how far the rubber band can bend without snapping. Sometimes it has a really thin, movement, and then sometimes it has a really big movement. Like catching the bottom of the cloud is the same as catching a 50. You'll see on some coins, it's really funny because there'll be like a big cloud like this after like a big massive drop when it stops.
Could you cover a trade setup for one of your entries?
Yeah, if we can get a type 2 entry here, we'll do it live. We're doing it live. I like to catch pivots personally. Falling knives, recoveries. I tend not to chase impulses. I don't like breakout trading unless I have to.
Oh, come on, coach. You love catching and falling knives. Coach, come on now.
Yeah, I mean, that's like where my heart lies. I mean, that's the best risk reward. As long as you can get
Oh,
over
breakouts
getting
type 3.
getting
My
cut
bad.
a little bit, But I'll give you an example just from this M pattern, right? Even though I didn't short this. But if we go down to the 1 minute, I had 2 tweezer tops, right? These would be, I believe, stopping volume candles on the 5 minute. Or not even. But if we were catching a fallen knife, right? Let's say this was inverted and it was dropping. Right, your falling knife catches here. This is not a good setup. This to me isn't, I wouldn't consider this a pattern that would play out high enough percentage enough for me to throw something at it. This wasn't a stopping volume candle. We had a tiny stopping volume candle on the right that got invalidated. Right? No bullish engulfing following. Following candle followed. Candle after that invalidated. Right? So this isn't a prime setup. But usually my entries would be at 1 or 2. Right? Maybe I would have swung and stopped out of this one and then swung and caught that. Right, so we refer to them here as type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4 entries. Type 1 entry is your fallen knife, right? That's your impulse, whether it's an impulse to the top or the bottom, just depends on if you're shorting. Right, then you put in that V shape that finds resistance and comes in to put a higher low. That higher low is your type 2 entry. Right, these are for people who don't want to take the risk of catching a fallen knife and they need a little bit of confirmation, right, that at least a low has set in. So those are your type 2 entries. Type 3 entries are people that play breakouts. Right, these guys just wait for patterns to form, and as soon as you get to the breakout point of the pattern, they look for volume. If they see the volume, they take the trade. This, in my opinion, is like the most sort of degen of all of them. These taking the biggest risks. We try to get in way before the breakouts. And then your type 4 entries are the safest of all traders. These are the ones that want to see price break, come back, hold, and then pull off. Right, that's where type 4 traders sort of get in. But that sort of and then for type 1 traders that get in early, right, you're getting in here and you're adding to positions. And then if you get that retest, you're adding to positions. You're scaling into positions. You don't catch a falling knife with your entire bag. We don't do that here. It's a very dangerous game to play.
That's true.
So right now on this short, you would have type 1, type 2, and breakout shorters in. And then type 4 traders would be waiting to see if this is going to hold before they jump in for the rest of that ride down. As far as going long, I haven't seen anything to make me want to buy anything here. Like we said, we had that stopping volume candle on the 5 minute and the 1 minute, but I didn't expect to go much higher than the 50. So there's not a lot of meat on that trade to make it worth it. Super boring ass price action though.
Yeah, bro, it's been so boring. ¿Qué onda, estoy?
Yeah, Asia session's about to end in like an hour.
Banshee, I didn't even recognize you because your name was gray, bro. That's funny.
SKR just made a little pump on this candle here.
SKI is like that kid I don't worry about. Just kind of does its thing. I'm gonna leave this measured move. This is what we don't want.
Do you share this TA?
Yeah, every day.
Well, not on stream, like the links.
Oh, you mean like the links to the charts? No.
Trading. Yeah.
No. I'd need to open up the trading view thing and do that a little bit more. But I usually go over the same charts. Whatever I'm trading, I go over them like several times a day. I try to avoid posting every position that I'm in just because I don't want this to feel like a signals channel.
Yeah.
I will spend all day, every day teaching you how to find the entries and what I look for and everything to like teach you how to fish rather than, you know, just do like it's just nasty.
Yeah, teach you how to fish. I like that.
Yeah, I hadn't heard you say that before, dude. That's it.
So grateful for finding this family here, man. The best.
Yo, Helix, dude.
I'm
I hadn't
grateful
heard
for
you
y'all,
really
man. I don't know if y'all been in other YouTube communities, but that shit gets kind of toxic. And I know some of y'all are trolls when you leave here, and I appreciate the restraint when you're here. I know it's difficult. I myself am a troll as well. I come from the troll land of Tralala. But, yeah, it's good to have a place where we can focus.
Tra-la-la.
I think Brad's push to talk has been depressed for like the past hour.
It's probably just, yeah, it's just firing off. I don't hear anything, though. It's probably just stuck on.
Yo, Dbloc, what are your thoughts on Warsh?
I don't know, old Warsh or new Warsh? Who are we judging?
Well, that's kind of what I don't know what to think.
It's like somebody asked me, like, what do you think about Kanye? Like, are we talking like college dropout Kanye or today's Kanye?
Well, I'm guessing today's wash.
I mean, if he sticks to what he's saying, you know, people are allowed to change their minds. It's just kind of rare to see somebody make such a 180 like that, you know. But as long as he plays ball, obviously there's a script there. As long as he sticks to the script. Problem is, once these guys are in, they're in. He could be telling Trump exactly what he wants to hear just to get in, bro. And then he gets in and he's like, what? You know, that legacy, you start thinking about that legacy. You start thinking about how the history books are going to look at you. People change, bro. I don't know. We'll see. If he doesn't do what he's supposed to, which is crazy to say, because the Fed chair isn't supposed to do shit the president says just because the president says it. But if he does what he's supposed to, he'll be fine. But if he doesn't, it's not like you can just get rid of him.
See, I think it's blackmail. Like he picks the person that he can make do what he wants to do.
It's possible
I
too.
just feel like that's how politics are pulled nowadays. It's like
Yeah.
with this age, and it's not like 60 years ago where people were doing things and not
Do what I say, and I'll put one of those
Anna.
nifty black boxes over your name.
Yep.
What's the program where you're able to see that 800 Bitcoin at 70K?
Kiyotaka is what we were looking at. I'll post the link for it in the YouTube chat.
Is it a free program?
Yeah, it's free. I try to only use things online that are free so that people can. It's in the Discord chat, right, where we're talking, the bubble chat. Yeah, I try to only use free tools.
Heck yeah.
So much of this shit is gate cap. Like, so much of this industry is extractionary. It's like makes people feel like if you don't spend, $3,000 a month, you don't have the edge other people have. It's bullshit.
Dude, you're so right, dude. It is bullshit.
YouTube University is free. Seeing a little bit of order book pressure pile up here to the upside. $1.5 billion total volume is nuts. 57 mil buys the entire book. Yeah, of course, Ada. They're trying to chase price down with this. Yeah, they took the 900 and they split it. They kept 500 up top, and they took another 488 to push price down. Guys are definitely short.
And by doing that, can't they just be doing that until they push it as far down as it gets to absorb it?
Until somebody shows up that isn't scared of that 400 Bitcoin. Sometimes they get caught spoofing, you know what I mean? Like, they might not have any intention to sell that Bitcoin at all. They might just be using it to scare price, and then somebody comes in and slaps a 2,000 Bitcoin buy and bloop, bloop, takes all of it. It's like, oh shit. And then that usually pushes price through the book.
Yo, that's crazy.
Dangerous game to play. I mean, it happens
That's why
here,
JP
right? They dropped it, and then see how much did we get? How much absorbed it? What? It used to give me the numbers without having to zoom in on it, bro. I hate this shit. I don't like this new setup that they got going. It was 500, like 40 Bitcoin got absorbed.
Oh, do you guys ever watch the Bitcoin clock?
I've never watched it, but I know what you're talking about. I used to have a visualization that showed the entire block. I mean, I still do it somewhere. That shows the whole blockchain in real time.
That other thing you showed was cool too. The like chessboard with the balls, or where was
Oh, the
Bitcoin
bank
all
bonkers.
over?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
Hold on, I know this looks crazy, but on my 49-inch, it's the right size. Damn, Tau looks so weak side to side right now.
if you can check Pippin, it's up 20%. That's the one that got away.
Yeah, look at her go.
And it did that while Bitcoin was dropping.
Probably add another 100 mil market cap here. Yeah, that would be golden pocket. 420 mil. That would be roughly 40 cents.
You think it's gonna run another third?
Probably not without some fixing here, but we are in the middle of, yeah, we're in the middle of this vector range. Bigger time frames, it probably stretches out a little more to here. Watch. Turn on our boxes. Go to the 4-hour. This is all low time frame.
Consider
38.
a low time frame.
Now, what I'm saying is, on the 4-hour you have no vectors, right? But if you come down to like the hourly, this entire thing is kind of littered. You've got that unrecovered vector, you've got that one, and then you've got the one in the middle of the pump.
Yeah, I don't even like trusting the 5-minute vectors.
Mm-mm.
1 to 2 minutes.
No, just for when you're like just coming up to targets.
I get it.
But on the hourly is what I'm on right now. Daily, you see the range that I'm talking about.
Now, why do you think this would pump when nothing else is pumping?
It's just moving off its own accord. Degens are gonna degen. It's one of the things that's been hot. It's like SKR pumping 50%, 60%. Like, yeah, it had a Robinhood listing, but it wasn't just that. It's that there's nothing's moving right now. So everybody sort of agrees to play a couple things.
Yeah, the other coin I'm playing with, Justin Sun and CZ are like backing it or whatever. So, they tend to do what they want. That's what I've been, whatever, paying attention to that one. But,
On Kiyotaka, the indicators you kind of need are the volume footprint, right? That gives you your right, gives you your volume footprint, and your aggregated order book heat map. After that, it's really up to you. I've got the EMA crossover. I just set the EMA crossover to the 13 and the 50. So it's just basically letting you know when your momentum flips. But I don't really use that often. Order book pressure is decent. Right? Order book pressure lets you know how much pressure there is. Basically, who's winning the fight. We've had bearish order book pressure this entire time.
What's the yellow?
In the order book pressure?
You were just looking at it. It's
Yeah.
red and yellow. Is that
Yeah, it's like
the
increased pressure. Yeah, it's like it's even hotter than normal. Same to the bottom, right? When you see that all yellow, it's pretty good. This is all shit that you can also see by looking at the order book, but it's obviously better for people. I think. But it's, you're watching the fight, right? You're watching it build out. See if I can fix this a little bit. Sensitivity. There. Better to watch the fight like that when it's the most sensitive. So these are the amounts that are sitting there, right? The bids and the asks. So if price wants to move up through the order book, then it needs to absorb those buys. 7, 11, 9, 13. If someone comes in and buys 200, it's going to sweep the entire book. Well, it's going to sweep what we can see here. Right, so it's just the quick math. How much does it take to get where? And then you can watch it play out on the footprint. Anytime now. Where'd you go? When you see 0, it just means that it was less than 1 Bitcoin. I could put the sensitivity up to show, but then it just gets cluttered. And these spoofing walls. I saw that. Yeah, you. Bet you don't stay there. Guess he never had to prove that he meant it with that spoof wall. It worked.
It looks like I'm not going to bed.
Oh, you gotta stay up and make money on your short. Boo hoo. How's it going? Good? Is it ripping?
Yeah,
Nice.
a little bit.
Oh yeah. Hey, nothing to give you that second win that night, like a trade just starting to print. Yeah, if this falls out, Banshee, that's what I'm looking for. A deeper type 2 entry. Hopefully somewhere around 662. I mean, that would be the cleanest. It's like a sketchy game of want that lower entry, but if we break that support underneath, then things go bearish kind of quick. Like at that point, it's not entry for a continuation. It's, you know, wait for deeper prices. But we're all the way up here still. And I know nobody wants to hear it, but we haven't left this range. It's like, okay, we're finally moving towards the bottom of it, you know what I mean? But there's nothing promising that we're not stuck in some shit like this for a week. That's a good range to trade, though. Don't get me wrong. This is an amazing range to trade if we do get it. But I know people either want to rip and then get the rest of the bear market over with or just drop it now, you know?
I'm hoping price bleeds as Asia session closes.
Yeah. We look at our licks. What's wrong with my liquidations? Why is it not? Wondering what's going on here. There we go. Now that seems a lot more viable.
Interesting.
Yeah, measured move is one thing. Having the gas to actually make the move is another thing. So at least 765 seems like a very cheap move. Nah, the chop's out of control, YG, I know. There's nothing worse than going sideways, but there's nothing worse than going sideways and chop after a drop like the one we had. See, everybody's on edge, right? Everybody's wondering, is the dip buy gonna hold? You know, but every move down, it's like, oh, fear, fear, fear. Eventually, people will capitulate. They don't get some love here soon.
Yeah, I've got limits at like 64, 65, 66. For longs, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Nem, we're still looking at the old target from the M pattern. That basically takes us down to like a double bottom, triple bottom off the bottom of the range that we've been holding this whole time. And throw up our demand zones. Dom looks like it wants to drop another level.
Mm-hmm.
That's best case scenario for the alts. You don't want Bitcoin to make this drop with Dom pumping. SKR is still ranging. This is the time frame that we're looking for those type 2s on. We go to the hourly. I would like to see ETH come down and put a condensing bottom. Retest that old SR, lock in that level. That's where I'd be interested again.
What's the potential take profit for that type 2?
Well, if it plays out, then you'd be going for the top of CME gap. This measured move would be, yeah, that was where we pulled it from. 23% takes you to the top of the range. It basically takes all of the liquidity, right, that we're looking at on most of these. Takes you to 83.9 on Bitcoin. And I thought that could have been enough of a bottom to bring in type 2 traders, but it isn't. If you can't find the money here to go higher, then you got to try to find the money here to go higher.
What's the CME gap?
What is it?
Yeah, could you define that for me?
It's CME closes on Fridays and opens back up on Sundays, the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, where they trade options for Bitcoin and ETH. So the time between where it closes and where it opens leaves a gap in the order book. Right on the CME chart, you can see it by a lack of candles.
To be filled.
Yeah, those gaps tend to be filled. About an 85% success rate filling. But this is quite a bit of a gap. We've left this behind. Market maker usually doesn't let this happen. Right? This is a failure of market maker to do his job. If market maker does his job perfectly, CME gaps don't exist. Price remains through the weekend at the same place that it closed on Friday, give or take. And then when it opens, it handles it right away. Leaving something this big behind for this long shows like a lack of control.
Your M2 chart, when you get a chance, can you pull it up? I used to have it, and now it's saying I don't whatever, that chart's not available. I want to see like the ticker or whatever it's listed as.
Oh, it's not a ticker, it's indicator.
Oh, because I used to have a M2 chart on TradingView. And
They don't have a global M2 chart. It might have been a US M2,
okay.
but that's why we needed the indicator to the indicator is in the Discord though. If you need it, just go to global
Yeah.
M2. But here's the chart.
Are we still rising? Or
Yeah, we're here, right? We're in the chop, but we're about to come into like our first of a double bottom before the uptick.
Yeah, no, again, I just wanted to see how the end is, how, what,
Yeah, there you go.
it, what it's doing currently.
This
So
is
we're
when I
going to the bear
expect
market
so.
or what?
This is when I expect metals to do their thing here on this uptick. Morning, True. EWJs just continue to run, man. This thing is gone. I'm glad I chased because if I hadn't, I'd be feeling sick right now. But look at all of these gaps. It's something that worries me. Time to fill.
Let me ask you a question. What is like, what's the minimum amount of money that you would like, you would suggest someone to gain full returns on that? Again, I just
On what?
on those exchanges you have up right there. Not the exchanges, but whatever
The
those are. The
ETFs.
ETF.
I mean, it's, percentage is percentage, right? No matter how
Yeah,
much
but
you're
for a
working
long
with,
term
like
play. Again, I
for
just
VWO, I plan on probably feeding this for a while. EWJ is probably not going to get another dollar from me. I'm just going to ride it until it's done and gone. EM, I'm still feeding.
what type of return are you thinking, percentage wise?
I mean, if we look at the chart, it just started recently to get inflows, US inflows, right, from the big guys. And this initial move is already sort of played out. Right, that gapped up as soon as we broke that, we gapped out of there. And then the W pattern that's here is already played out.
I say that because I had a little money in Robinhood and I threw it in I bet, and it yielded next to nothing.
Yeah, I
Again,
mean,
it makes me think, if it's worth my time.
it's like I said, it's percentage wise, right? 20% is always going to be 20%, no matter what you get into. Now, does this have, for me,
I know you don't know exactly what
yeah, I
the
mean, it's hard.
return is gonna be.
It's hard to give you exact. All I can tell you is what my play is, and my play is with real estate going down, AI bubble popping, equities going down, crypto going down, bonds going down, Dixie, more importantly than anything else, going down. That leaves nothing but emerging markets and emerging currency, right? So not only will Brazil, India, and China see upticks in their currency, trading their companies will also give you the uptick that they're going to get from. So it's like a defensive play on the recession. Now, what extreme that goes to is up to how many people decide to jump in, and you know what I mean, how much it. But I know one thing, that if the Dixie goes down, then all of these currencies go up, right? And the best exposure to it is VWO. So if I'm trying to take money that I gained during this run and protect it from debasement, then I need to try to get out of the dollar. And these are about as far outside of the dollar as I can get. This specifically is a bet on the Dixie going down for me, right? Like I said here, essentially a bet against the US dollar. When the dollar weakens, local currencies in these countries surge. giving you a double win on the stock price and the currency exchange. Right? But this is longer term. Less of a trade, more of a position. I probably won't hold for the entire thing. The trade itself, yes, this is a longer hold. The way that I'm trading it is just to keep my money safe through the recession. This will all come back into Bitcoin for me. This is a trade on how hard we're helping the Japanese. Right? We're basically promising to stabilize the yen and keep them from having to raise rates so that they don't screw us up. So that they don't screw Trump up specifically by letting the yen carry trade unwind during his presidency, which would bring everything down. Right? So they're willing to do what they have to do to support Japan. That's creating what they're calling a Japanese Renaissance now. Right? It's going the biggest corporate governance shift in 30 years. Right? That means dividends for stable holders. That means more investment, more reason to put your money into the yen or put your money into the Japanese market. But instead of going and figuring out, what do I exactly want to pick, and I just went for the ETF. Looks like other people sort of have the same idea. Like I said, this is just till the end of the bear market for me. And I don't consider, I'm not looking at this like, oh, this is going to be my next silver trade, right? This is just, in my opinion, right now, my best chance at fighting the basement. Somebody else might decide, well, maybe just shorting Bitcoin or maybe taking, but I feel better spreading my risk apart, different narratives. And then my AI play is EEM, right? This is a AI supply chain play, chip play. This is probably has the possibility for the highest returns. If it goes, it's going to go pretty hard. That's why I put here. If you want the most like crypto-like returns from a traditional ETF, because they got a lot of small Korean and Taiwanese tech stock in there that move really hard. Again, these are all little boring legacy plays, though. Slow money, but decent probability of playing out.
I'm familiar with, and I respect your opinion, and when you're interested in something, I'm definitely interested in it. So I just wanted to get my head wrapped around it a little bit.
Yeah. The problem is being early on a narrative, which I try to be, right? It puts you in a weird position where, like, okay, so you know that this is probably going to be where attention is going to shift, but since it hasn't shifted yet, it's hard to quantify how hard the pump is going to be. Because it all depends on the rotation.
Adoption curve. How do those have a long history? Is that just an ETF that was just created?
No, they're all pretty old, and they've performed relatively well currently. Right. VWS strong momentum, returned 25% in 2025, started with a 5% jump. EWJ hit record highs in 2025 and it doesn't care, still going. And EEM had tons of volatility, outperformed the S&P in 2025, and the S&P did great.
Thanks for your professional opinion.
No problem, brother.
I swear you're like the voice of reason. Today you came in when you got to the chart or whatever, when I caught you, you came in, you said something about like, the small percentages to be made chasing a little bit of up, and that's if we get through this big sell wall. And I was up for almost like a whole day chasing, whatever. I made money, but I caught the rundown whatever early this morning, and I was trying to hold to the fences. I was really hoping to get that full W on XRP and whatever
Yeah.
Doge, and I was just up there and we're banging against that wall, and then you came in and you were like, I forgot what you said, but you said it and it like clicked, and I was like, you know what, screw this. I closed my trade, and right after it dropped, and I'm so happy I got out. But like, if you didn't say that, I would have been sitting there, whatever. I wouldn't have thought about how big the sell wall was, and I probably would have been stressed out for another 5, 6, whatever. I probably would still be friggin' hedging it and
The
whatever,
stress,
wrestling.
the stress is the big part because that should affect every other trade.
Yeah.
Once you let yourself get stressed out, it's like you cooked for the day, basically. You know what I mean? Like unless you walk
I
away or
swear,
something.
I'm like dead inside. Like I'm so used to being stressed. I'm telling you, I am so used to being stressed.
I hear you.
The other night, I fell asleep. Yo, I had a killer day. Whatever, man, a couple of G's, and so I just got into the position. Oh, it was the other night, right when you were getting off, and then we had that crazy vector
Hmm.
up. We right when we went for our first uh trade position 2 entry. Right, so we went down there and we were like, "Oh, this is it. Oh, maybe not. I think we're gonna go lower, right?" And then it wound up going up. Either way, so I got in right at the bottom. I was like, "Oh, best position I ever got." Like, I mean, I was like in the wick. I was so happy with it, right? And then all of a sudden, it started to like invalidate the vector candle. I'm like, so either way, whatever. I hedge a little, whatever. Played myself a little bit. Finally, get up, make it through this crazy vector, right? By the skin of my teeth, hedging and this, whatever, just crazy. And then I get in, and I was so tired that I didn't I didn't put in my stop loss because, I was worried about it, trying to go this way or that way, and I didn't want to lose my position. So I was planning to, I had the hedge already, and I just have like my finger hovering over the button, and I fell asleep, woke up, liquidated for 3 days of work. 3 days of great trading, and I lost it all on the gross account. So mad. And
Yeah.
today I was like kind of reliving that, and I'm like, I've been going at it all day, and we're banging up against this wall, and I'm tired, and like I'm like doing laps in my house, push-ups, trying to stay alert. And and you came in and you said that, and I was like, man, screw this. Happy with what I got. Why am I pushing it? This is how I keep making mistakes. Sleep deprivation.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. Sometimes you say things and they click, man. But I'll stop filling your head up.
Nah, it's most of the time
Appreciate
I'm
it.
saying the shit because I need to hear it too, like straight
Yeah.
up. Because my default is let's trade, but sometimes I really gotta sit and look and be like, is this really worth the squeeze? You know,
And one more question. When are they supposed to stop CMA?
we don't know yet. Apparently, they're still waiting for approval, but the approval is, from what I understand, pretty much a given at this point.
Just started doing it. But
Yeah, and that's the worst, right? You lose it. You finally figure an edge out, and they take it from you. It's all
yeah,
good. We've got more edges.
yeah. Well, I'm starting to get them. It's starting to make sense, man. Making less mistakes and got a little strategy coming together. Still more than reckless that I should be, but kind of been like that my whole life. So used to it. However, long term. I can't afford to have these setbacks that definitely set me back over the year of what I could have made versus what I do make. So I'm aware of it, and I'm gonna start making plans to be a more profitable trader. Stop making bad decisions. I don't know. There's something it's so hard for me to journal. Like I don't know what it
That's
is,
the
man.
worst. That's one of the hardest things to do, but one of the most productive. If you can actually get yourself to journal your trades, and not just your trades, but everything. I know for
I
guys,
am so
writing down your
aware. Like
feelings
I'm
and shit
mental.
like that is weird,
Yeah,
but
that's the
it
thing.
it
Yes,
helps.
exactly. Like I'm aware of it. Like I speak about it all the time. Like like I'm aware that sleep is a setback. I'm aware. Revenge trading is something. High leverage. Although I'm getting pretty good at it, but again, dangerous. And I could put more margin into it and play a safer trade, but it's the thrill. It's just something about making thousands of dollars off of $100 investment.
You have to try to
It's
separate it. That's the gambling bug. Like if you
it's
can separate
uh,
that and get that thrill somewhere else and keep the trades boring, that tends to help more in the long term.
especially if I can keep more of it. Uh,
I thinking about somebody specifically, they were having a really hard time with trading. To somebody I knew personally. And a lot of that 5 minute 13 scalp strategy was literally developed to keep excuse me, to keep her in profit, right? It's a really sort of just easy, no thought sort of strategy. And it was too boring. Like it's boring because there's no, not that there's no risk, right? But you've cut a lot of the risk out. And for some people, that's when I think you realize: are you trading for adrenaline and dopamine,
uh,
or
it's
are you
more
trading for money?
yeah, it's more of a job where the other I
I look at it
compared it to
like
playing chess.
somebody that works in a casino. Like you're in the same building that all the gamblers and DJs are in, but you're there to do a job. You don't hit the tables. You don't, you're just there to work, and everybody else is having fun, and woohoo, bells are going off. You're like, blinders. You know what I mean? Just stick to the game, stick to the plan.
So yeah, well, a lot to learn, but it's all coming together, man. I love
Good.
this community. You did a good thing, real
It's
good thing.
good to hear, man. That's why I do this shit.
I would have been lost without you guys, man. I would have gave up on it. I would have been smoked. I really would have. I was so not prepared for this type of psychology and whatever wins, losses. I didn't even know which way was up. Like when I first got in, I thought all the stuff was out of my reach. I didn't understand it. I barely knew how to turn on my computer. And I just sat and listened to you guys talk. It was probably like 2 years before I even got on the Discord. But it finally sank in and started to make sense. And it's funny. Find myself like Dbloc would say this. It's like almost like a what would Jesus do?
Yeah,
Like,
that's why
oh,
I'm so annoying with it. That's why I repeat shit so much. I want to be that Jiminy Cricket.
you are, man. Seriously, you
I just
it's
wish I
effective.
had it. Like I wish I had it when I started.
Yeah,
So
yeah, man.
yeah, Davy
Keep up the
boy,
good
they
work.
can't charge you $4,000 for a course if it's simple, right? They got to make that shit seem super complicated, and then sell you the keys.
Yeah, the exclusive one-on-one package. All right, gang. I'm gonna get some rest. Much needed.
Take it easy,
I'll
bro.
call it a night. Guys, be safe.
Peace, man.
I love to hear when it starts to click. Yeah, exactly, Sha. Now you gotta sell a $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 course. Shit, what am I gonna put in here? There's gotta be at least 30 chapters. Go right to AI. It's like these signals groups. Bro, being part of a signals group in 2025, 2026, you are asking for it. These guys are asking AI, hey, give me entry and exit on the top 20 coins and then posting that shit in their Discord. Yeah, it's always good to hear it because it's always good for other people that are in the same position to hear it. It's all about momentum and liquidity. Everything else is a waste. Oh, I didn't even read up in the chat. Who were you talking about? Oh, yeah, BJ. Yeah, she's great. There's a million ways to skin a cat, yo. What's important is that you find the way that makes sense to you, that you can understand. So in the heat of action, when price is moving, you can get to a point where you can take action quicker. It's going to be a very individual thing. It's kind of interesting how SKR is holding up. I mean, there really is no volume, but there isn't a lot of desire to sell here either. Pippin is almost up to that box we were looking at earlier. That's what it feels like, but I mean, there is a bit of a gap underneath us. I don't know if we can float sideways for too long before people start getting nervous.
Bitcoin's breaking.
Good, we can get rid of this. Keep those liquidations. Finally retest that psych low. Yeah, I think gold, it's crazy to say it, but I think paper gold has a better chance of hitting all-time highs again than paper silver does. I could even see a situation where paper gold hits all-time highs and paper silver makes a lower high. That's if they keep up with the fuckery. For lack of a better term, that's the proper use of that word.
Agreed.
You think paper silver gets above 100?
I mean, the chart, looking at the chart, I would say yes, right? But it's not just the chart, yo. It's like, you don't understand what had to be pulled for them to do that. Like 30% on the world's second largest asset, even though if it was only on paper. So now basically what I would need to see is I would need to see price come up. Maybe put in a we need structure, right? So you want to put in a lower high. Come up but hold 97. Probably reject off 100 the first time. Hold 92. And then I would consider all-time highs. But this has to break. And like right now, you're downtrend. And you've broken that, but you haven't really done much since. Just riding that 50 and getting wedged between your 50 and your 800. But gold you were asking about. Let me go to gold. Yeah. See, gold has a decent setup. And it's already up to that point where silver was down here still floating around. But the difference is that we don't have that same pressure on gold that we have on silver. And I think the fear, people not wanting to buy paper silver because of what's going on, might actually push gold. And it's sort of like Bitcoin, right? If gold breaks all-time highs and holds, then silver has a better chance of doing that. It's like Bitcoin and Ethereum. Honestly, I think gold could see 6K. But I TP'd gold position a while ago. Yeah, just that measured move gets you up to 5.7. Now, what's interesting though is the fake. Here, or to your second pivot. Then it puts your 1618 at about 6.7.
Six, 7.
No.
I saw this video of this kid in Walmart yesterday losing his mind because the lettuce was 67 cents. I mean, he short circuited, bro. I was
That's
like,
I didn't see
hilarious.
that.
I was like, oh shit. This kid's got it bad.
Nice lower low. Bitcoin.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Those days are over. $55 an ounce.
Oh, yeah.
And even that was a good deal for last year.
Yeah.
What, did somebody not know what they had, or?
Bought it at Costco.
And was it just only a year ago that that shit was that low? That's crazy.
Yeah, I think so. My memory's so foggy, but I remember coming for.
Oh, yeah. My bad. I'm sorry. 50. Okay. I was still thinking gold in my head. Yeah.
No. Bought a little 10 ounce bar. Now it's worth double that.
Nice. I've been tempted, man. I've been tempted to get rid of some of the silver that I have. Just silver items. Like, not even coins and shit.
Yeah. What do you have?
Too much chrome, bro. I have a bad chrome hearts addiction. So I've got belt chains and rings and ashtray. The problem is that most of that shit is worth more just because it's chrome than the silver price. Like, it's not. So, silver would have to get to about. Silver would probably have to get to like $200 an ounce to make it worth it. And they keep going up in value, so probably not do that. That's when I like spending my money on stupid shit. Well, to be fair, not stupid. It's all worth more than it was when I bought, but still, you know what I mean? Like, at least if you're gonna buy stupid shit, make sure that it appreciates in value.
Right.
Like my Pokemon cards, coach.
Hell yeah.
Yo, I was collecting them boys.
You know
back
that
in
the day will
2016, man.
come. You know that the day will come, right, where nobody wants them.
Yeah. Yo, but hey,
You just got to
facts
get
for
rid of
real,
them
though.
before that. But
Hey, okay. Pokemon has surpassed gold and silver
oh my
over
god,
the past 3 months. Of course, it had surpassed gold prior to the crash of silver, but prior to silver being number 1, Pokemon was number 12,
okay.
and gold was number 30. Gains. All right, that's it.
I don't know how you all aren't fighting the sleep demons.
I've been wanting to say that for like 3 weeks.
I'm about to go to sleep in a while. I mean, I usually stay up till Asian session's done. See how UK reacts to the Asian range, and then I go to bed.
Yeah, I'm still short, so I'm not going to sleep until I hit my TPs.
All right, bro, it's me and you then, cuz.
Well, no, this is looking like a swing.
Take it easy, True. Top of the morning, Phil.
Lifetime lifetime consumer spend on Pokemon games, cards, merchandise, films, licensing, etc. Is in excess of 150 billion.
It's way above that, cuz I'll put a bill in myself.
Look, I hate to do this to you.
Total Pokemon economy ever generated is 150 bill.
Lies. 150 trill, cuz.
Dude, in your dreams.
Oh, the crazy train drew following Logan Paul's Charizard card auction or whatever.
Nah, dog, I ain't no loser. I don't sell my cards. I don't sell my cards, cuz.
So yeah, I'm into Pokemon, but there's levels to this shit, gang. Okay, I'm not one of them.
Yo, crazy train, catch 'em all, cuz.
That's funny as shit. But now, ooh, look, something has come into mind. Now, this this isn't an open trade at all, but this is where I want to start thinking about taking a short. This is Pop Mart, the Boo Boos.
No
The
way.
Boo Boo's parent company. Yeah, this is the most amazing short, bro. It started the bear market off for me. I was watching that as it went up, right? Because I'm like, everybody was like, "Oh, there's no retail. There's no retail." I was like, no, there's retail. They're just buying the Boo Boos and freaking sports betting and shit. But right around here, I was watching Twitch, and I saw this dude give like 50 gifted memberships so that this girl would cut the head off of her Labubu doll. She had like a collection. And then everybody started gifting memberships for her to do another one and another one. And I was like, oh, I think we're topping, yo. I think we're topping on Labubus. Like it's more of a like you get made fun of if you get caught with one in public now than there was a time somewhere around here that it didn't matter if you had a freaking a Birkin bag. If it didn't have a Labubu on it, it might as well have been a Walmart bag or some shit.
Facts.
But then I got out of the short because these assholes, right before I was about to hit my target, announced the Labubu movie nationwide, Disney backed or some crazy massive backing for this Labubu movie. I was like, great, they're about to run it up again. So I got out of the way of that. But if you want to be real and you want to do an honest comparison, then you go to Pokemon isn't a public company, but they're owned by Nintendo and 3 other companies, and Nintendo also owns over a third of 2 of the 3. So if you really want to follow it, you've got to follow it with Nintendo. And why the hell is this chart so small, though? Nintendo. New price and scale, maybe? Why is it giving me such a short chart for Nintendo?
Look like you got an inverse, coach.
Nah, this thing is
I'm just kidding. Sorry.
NTDL, Nintendo. Could be it. Anyways, let's just say it didn't do what Pokemon did. I mean, what the Boo Boos did. But it did more than most alts. That much.
Oh yeah.
What's the percentage on that? On that all-time high?
20x. 20x.
I can find Labubus on the shelves at stores, but you can't find Pokemon cards on the shelves.
You're not finding no Labubu on a shelf.
Oh, okay. Well, they must be fake then.
Yes.
I asked them. They told me
probably.
they weren't fake.
Well, it depends. Where'd you go? You went to like Pop Mart?
No, this is actually at a local
Or a
gas station.
reseller? Oh, they're fake, bro. Those are
Well,
Timu
this is actually
Timu
like a pretty
Labubus.
legit gas station, to be honest with you. Like, and I would totally agree with you that it would be fake. I promise I am that guy. But honestly, they probably got the real ones. Damn, maybe I should look them up and see if I can resell them then. I'll do some research.
You know they're real by the price. Depends on what this, unless they're just really like selling fakes at real prices, and that would be wild.
How much do they normally cost? Do you know?
Box should be like between 50 and $60.
Yeah, I doubt they'd have them on the shelves. All right, hell yeah, I'm gonna catch I'm gonna catch them.
Yeah, I've seen like knockoff Labubus at a gas station before. Like they were just a whole different brand, but they were definitely selling the same, pretty much the same toy with a little different look.
High, lower high. If we break those lows, continuation.
Yeah, it's looking nice.
You know what they say, though? Stairs down, elevator up. Unless we just hate slow bleeds.
I called it earlier. Once Asia closes, it's gonna. Well, that's what I was hoping.
ETH dumping hard, you said? Looks a tad bit weaker than everything else. Remember, they're all doing the same dance. Some just got a little extra swag in them, I guess. As far as ones that hit hard resistance, Soul and Link hit like solid walls. And it wasn't for lack of trying. Right? Soul tried to get above once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. Link probably more. LTC gave up a bit early. And Soul just put in lower highs after its first touch. Sui, sorry. Significantly weaker. But it is closer to a type 2 entry though, because of that. It's all going to depend on Bitcoin. We can come down to that support and bleed out some of the alts to give nice higher low entries, then that might be a good risk adjusted play. I'm all about asymmetrical bets, y'all. The more asymmetrical I can get it, the better. So I need a dip to be able to buy. Swing failure on guns. Be careful. If we take out these lows, it's gonna give some back. Significant amount, probably down to like 2.5. Guns has been showing off though lately, man. I'm glad. As much shit as I talked about it for so long. Good game. Deserves to do well. These are going to be your weaker sort of lower cap, well, except for like Doge and Jasmy's here too. But these are our ETF alts here, a bit stronger. What does Oracle do tomorrow? We're all on the same page now with what I was talking about with the tech sector, right? And the importance of Oracle here. Right, this relief rally, in my opinion, in the tech sector will last as long as Oracle is recovering. Oracle's NVIDIA's biggest customer. Oracle breaks support, they start canceling NVIDIA chip orders. Right, like I said down here. If they cancel, if the cancel. Hold on. If they cancel chip orders, NVIDIA misses earnings. If NVIDIA misses earnings, tech sector rolls over. Tech sector rolls over. S&P rolls over. S&P rolls over. Bitcoin capitulates. So, in my opinion, that makes Oracle the canary in the coal mine. Look at look at the lower time frame charts. Look at the hourly. Right, it was Oracle popping up that popped up NVIDIA and AMD and Tesla. See how lockstep they are. But yeah, not bad. I got it. No, not 20K. That doesn't change my bottom numbers. The idea of a bear market, it's assumed that legacy joins, right? Everything does. Legacy is tied to the same 4-year cycle that we are on Bitcoin, right? Because it's tied to the global liquidity cycle. The story is always different, right? The reason why it's going to drop is always different, but the fact that it's going to drop is because we're contracting, right? Liquidity is contracting. But it's always sort of fun to find that, not only fun, but it's an edge to be able to find that first domino to tip over.
Well, that's it for me. Have a good night, you all.
Good night, brother. We're down to the psych low. Almost at our measured move. Come on down. That is not a good measured move. If it, excuse me, if that bear flag plays out, it's going to be pretty ugly. But if this is the beginning of a consolidation, then we won't get this. And we'll end up with some decent type 2 entries. On the next episode of Crypto Cypher.
What are you thinking for bear market bottom on ETH?
Oof. All right. Easy way to answer that question without upsetting people is by doing this. That's the weekly on ETH. This is our last top. This is our current top. This is our last bottom. Like if you can think of a reason why ETH doesn't have to go down as far as it did. But unpopular opinion, I think that it's possible that we see the same lows that we saw last time. Which would be amazing. I would definitely scoop up. But the only trend you have is this uptrend here. And that uptrend is basically this full move playing up. Ends you up at like 1500 ETH. But I honestly think it can go lower than that. I think it can go under 1,000. Depending on the speed of Bitcoin's drop. If Bitcoin goes low 40s, it'll go under 1,000. If Bitcoin goes 49, 50, 48-ish, which is my base case, 48, then maybe not, maybe just 1,500.
Okay, I see that. I'm definitely gonna be accumulating all throughout there.
Yeah, it's good to have those levels, Phil. Helps you be patient. Trick is to be patient, but not get greedy, The hard part. Because sometimes we're patient and then the price gets to our number and then we get greedy. I think ETH in quantitative easing breaks its all-time highs, yes. Yeah, I do. Look at it like this, and I know this is like, and I'm not even trying to sound moonboy by saying this because I'm not an ETH moonboy by any stretch of the imagination. But just logically think about this. If this was our last all-time high, right, and we got those highs with quantitative easing, right, coming from way down here, and ETH managed to get to the same level with the downward pressure of of quantitative tightening, then that downward pressure removed should be enough to get all-time highs and some. I mean, we almost did it here. This was literally where the government shut down at. Right as we were about to start knocking at 5K, 6K, went into that month-long 42-day shutdown. And then in that shutdown, a couple days into it, 10/10 happened. And then after that, everybody's will to play the game was just gone. If we're going to see the 40s, hopefully it won't be until September, October. If we get down there before that, we're going lower. And like I said, we've got to take this step by step. If we lose that 60, then 52 is my next number. And there's like a non-zero chance that we're already in our 2 to 3 month accumulation zone that I'm expecting. Which would be boring as hell. It would mean that our low is in at 59.5 or whatever was our low for the next 2 or 3 months. That doesn't mean that we go up for 2 or 3 months. That means we do a lot of maybe swing down lower. What you're doing is you're eating up time, right? The cycle isn't over until September, October 5th to be exact by my book.
Good morning.
Top of the morning, good sir.
How
What's going on, brother?
are you, man?
Good, man. Can't
Oh,
complain.
not much,
Rick.
man.
What are you up to?
Hey.
Hey, Rick, dude, what's it feel like getting that ass kicked in the Olympics? Cause, sorry, coach.
Oh shit! It is Olympic time, isn't it?
Apparently, yeah.
Bro,
Yeah,
it's
we
the
saw
Winter Olympics. They're Australian. Give them a break, bro. Like, what are we talking about?
The winter. Yeah, we don't know what winter is.
Like, you expect them to come in top place in the long jump competition or something, skiing? Or...
Nah, I don't. But yesterday I saw an Australian going down the slopes, and I was like, "Oh, Rick, we won gold." Cause I was thinking that in my head. I'm glad you popped on, brother.
Nice.
What are you up to?
I just made a cup of tea, some Earl Grey.
Proper cup.
Sitting down. Yeah, Earl Grey, apparently. Because I've been watching a lot of videos about intermittent fasting and what to drink, that kind of stuff. Apparently, that's good. The antioxidants
Nice.
assist with like all that. Yeah.
Yeah, heavy cream and monk fruit changed my life, bro. Apparently, heavy cream doesn't break a fast either.
Oh, nice.
And monk fruit is just great, bro. Being able to actually have sweet things again.
I'll have to look into that. Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's like a sugar substitute. It's more expensive, obviously, but shit, listen, some things are worth it. Being able to have a sweet cup of coffee again and not have to, you know?
Yeah, okay. Monk fruit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check it out. Yeah, I went out and bought some protein and some creatine today. I haven't.
Nice.
It's been so many years since I tried this. You know, tried doing this, like getting in shape and putting on some muscle mass.
Bro,
getting back into the gym, all that stuff.
Make creatine a staple from now on. Even if you don't stay with the gym thing, it's so good, like cognitively.
Yeah. I've heard that the time of day doesn't matter too much, or like when or around your workout, whatever. It's more about the consistency. Like, do it, keep it up every day, have it every day.
Yeah. Nah, it's good stuff. I take about 15 grams a day of creatine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's an
someone was
off-label
telling me
dose.
that I need to go 10.
It's an off-label dose. So your muscles only need 5, right, to get the energy, to get the cellular energy. But your brain eats a lot more creatine than your muscles do. So on days that like I don't get enough sleep, I'll like slam 15 grams of creatine, and it literally will make you feel like you got rest.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
They're having old people do that shit now. My grandmother's doctor was talking to me about it.
It's cool.
Creatine, and then just try to work out every day to the point where, not even work out, but just try to get to the point where you are breathing so heavy that you can't speak properly, at least like once a day.
Yeah, like get your heart rate right up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good idea. Yeah, I really let myself go for the last few years.
Crypto will do
Same.
that to you, bro. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, crypto does that. Yeah.
So much sitting.
Your focus changes. Yeah. And my posture, oh, I can just see in the mirrors, like, I'm like, oh man, I'm so slouched over. And because I'm tall, I naturally like sort of like lean forward a little bit.
You don't need to
Whereas most,
minimize
like,
yourself for people, Rick. Tower
yeah, I
over,
know. I'm like
tower over them the way you were meant to.
I'll lift them to my eye level when I talk to them.
Damn right.
Just lift them up to me. Hi, how are you? Lift them up. Yeah. Yeah. I know you can get like certain straps and things that you can wear under your shirt that like pull your shoulders back and
Yeah. I have
make
one.
your
I never
posture
wear it.
straighter.
I never wear it. It's a great idea. You're gonna feel super like productive when you get it. You'll put it on the first time and be
so
like, "Wow,
uncomfortable.
this feels really good."
Yeah.
But yeah, after a couple hours of wearing it,
It's just a fad. Yeah.
when I was young, they called it a
Yeah.
gangster lean. Then I found out it was scoliosis.
Oh shit.
It's not a gangster lean, okay? It's scoliosis.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to have that.
I'll actually like sleep with it on.
Wake with the 20 gifties. Oh, you have one of those?
Oh,
it's good, bro.
Yeah,
it's really good the way it
okay.
like W Wake in the chat.
Yeah, that's dope. 20 gifties.
W gifts.
Very nice.
There's a new round of people coming through. I've noticed. Yeah, every once in a while, like it's like the waves.
I've been kind of noticing that myself.
It's the lock-in crew.
I think
crew that's going to lock in during the bear market.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. I was saying that earlier. I was like, bro, if you're still here right now.
Yeah, well done.
Even if you've got absolutely, like, there was somebody that was like, oh, they're completely spent. They have nothing to trade with, but like they're still here every day. Like, bro, you're so much better off.
Oh yeah. What I plan to do is, because I've never really done this, but set up a ladder of limit orders to catch the price as it falls. Like, just get it all prepped out, ready to go.
Yeah.
And you know, if you get a lucky shot down to some unexpected number, at least you might even catch it. You know, you might even catch some.
Look at my at my screen.
Yeah.
My fib's already set.
Beautiful.
I'm down into these areas. Bang, bang, bang. Yeah, I'm not trying to catch the very, very bottom. Just dynamic DCAing down is, in my opinion, the way to go. And I don't mean from here. I mean, once you start to, because I don't think that we have this level of drop ahead of us still. Right, coming back to this chart when we were trying to figure out what was going on, and we were looking at our three waves of the bear market: your mean reversion, your consolidation, your capitulation. Right, we were at this area when we were waiting for our dead cat bounce, and we said as soon as it breaks that 2-week 50, you know, we would capitulate, and you know, we did in a big way. But the problem is, like, our target is way over here. Like, it's too early.
Yeah.
You can't keep this level of attack.
Definitely.
Which means we're bound to probably go into like a multi-month consolidation at some point that looks something like this, right? After the drops, Then we went into this sort of thing
Yeah.
where we came down a
Like
little, it was
buying time.
boring. And then some
Yeah.
FTX thing will happen. You know, some Bitcoin treasury company
Something
will
will break.
unwind or something.
Yeah.
And we'll get that last capitulative candle down. And everybody will be too scared to buy here. But that'll,
Yep.
that'll
Oh,
be the
100%.
bottom.
It's the
Problem
most
is
important phase
too fast.
of the cycle.
It's where you make your money.
Yeah, it's very rapid. Oh, so rapid, man.
This
Capital
people were
like
saying that it's
oh.
never happened before, and it has. But so
Hmm.
check this out. People just weren't.
2018?
2014.
Yeah, that one was pretty nasty. 14.
Yeah, 2014. Look at 2014.
Yeah.
Look at this candle, 2014. Even the first week candle was kind of crazy. But look at where we dropped down to and how fast we dropped there. Like from the highs, we dropped 63%.
Yeah.
And it was in like 4 weeks, like a month and a half.
Yeah.
And then had a huge relief rally. Remember, this relief rally, I think, was over 100%.
Yeah, that's a huge bounce.
Yeah, 120% relief rally. Bull market's back just to rip everybody's dreams and aspirations out of their soul. It was so nasty, bro.
Yeah,
it was so bad. So bad. So it's like we've seen it before, but look at what happened during that. Like we saw it, but then we recovered 120%.
Yeah.
And then slowly bled out at the speed that you should do it. You know, that's what we're not doing. Like we haven't popped back up. We got the bare minimum for a relief rally, which was to retest that 50 up here. Right?
Yeah.
50 EMA. That's like bare minimum. But then here, I mean, it was barely a hiccup. We just flushed it.
Yeah, it's just no
And then,
take no prisoners.
yeah, and then FTX. But even as bad as that was, right? Like the speed, there wasn't even a middle ground there, right? Where we at least hesitated on the other one. This time, we've literally, as soon as we broke those macro metrics, the reason that I was focusing on them so much, and it was these, right? The ones that we take all of this shit off the chart, just in case anybody's new and wasn't here. The 50 on the 2 week was the one that we were watching the closest. Right? This is where our dead cat rally starts, lives, breathes, and dies. If we go back into the past, that first section is that mean reversion to the 2 week 50. And then the consolidation, multi-month consolidation, gives you your dead cat bounce. But as soon as that breaks, you capitulate. Right? Every time. Consolidate, dead cat bounce, capitulation range. Every time. Consolidate, dead cat bounce, capitulates. So that was one of the things that we were saying. The reason that it's important is because the only people watching 2 week time frame are macro investors. And when you lose the macro guys, you lose your floor. Right? The macro guys are the guys that don't run at a news story, don't sell everything because somebody said the word tariff, don't, you know, they're waiting for actual mechanical sort of metrics to break. And then we had our Gaussian channel. And we said as soon as we closed inside of this Gaussian channel, that price would seek out the bottom. Every time you close inside on the 2 week, price seeks out the bottom of the range. And that's the most explosive sort of capitulative part. Then you go into the slow grind, nasty sort of bottom seeking, macro bottom building type of action. This is what I'm saying. There's a good chance that we've seen the most aggressive part of this already. Right? Bam. And then consolidate, build the bottom, little sweep that comes down for whatever reason. So that was the 2 weeks. So that's two of our long-term metrics, right? And then we look at the Gaussian channel on the 1 week, right? We said as we consolidate inside of this, our dead cat bounce lives inside of this Gaussian channel, meaning we could have come up as high as 108, 109, and then rolled over. But losing that always leads to capitulation.
Yeah.
Right? Every time. Then if that wasn't enough, we were looking at our Ichimoku. Right? Our Ichimoku on the weekly, when you were inside of that cloud, is at the same time as that 200 EMA. Right? Inside of this cloud is where your dead cat bounce lives during the bear market. The height of that cloud would have been as high as we could have gone. So if it would have took time, we could have got to like 107, 108. But breaking that Ichimoku cloud gives you your capitulation. And on the 2 week, it's breaking into the cloud. As soon as you break into that cloud on the 2 week, price capitulates through in a pretty big way. So now we can use these tools to find the bottoms, right? If you look at the 2 week, our 2 week baseline on Ichimoku has already started to drop. When that Ichimoku baseline on the 2 week comes out of the bottom of this cloud, we're within 1 to 2 weeks of the bottom of the bull market. Right? Every time that comes out of the bottom of the cloud, last time it came out of the bottom of the cloud, FTX collapsed. Time before that was the very bottom candle. This is just macro shit. The time before that, 2 weeks from the bottom spike. You ended up having a lower low, but for the most part, you knew it was time to start loading your bags. Well, we don't even have a cloud here, but you get the point. So between that and my 4-year cycle indicator that's in the Discord, there's going to be no excuses for missing the bottoms or missing the tops. This one was, I mean, and me, myself, I faded this. I faded this for 3 days. It wasn't until M2. This was really the signal that gave me the exit, but I should have got out on the 6th. But M2 right here, where we said we would DCA out and de-risk on the 9th, this is what really got me out of harm's way. But by timing,
I see.
By timing, it was, and then the people are like 4-year cycles broken, and I'm like, how, Sway? Like, show me,
man.
show me
It's
how.
alive and well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's healthier than ever.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think a lot of people just didn't want to hear about it because they still had hope. The weird thing that didn't trigger is also the pi cycle top.
Yeah, because euphoria.
Yeah.
All of the metrics that are based off of blow off tops and EMAs getting blown out because of explosive movement, because of euphoria, they didn't trigger.
Yeah.
Because there was no retail blow off. So
they never got primed.
Yep. Yep. A lot of people, man, a lot of macro guys had to think on their feet at the top there, because these are like indicators that we've been using for a long time that all failed in order. Like, that's why I went straight to all the momentum indicators. The one thing that's not going to lie is momentum. So you have to go to your Gaussian channel and your Ichimokus and your EMAs, because things like small wallet, large wallet ratios and CBBI only got to like 70 something. Like, yeah, it was a cluster. Like, if you only had one tool in your box and it was one of those, you probably messed this up pretty bad. Yeah.
That's it.
But I think that's why it's important to understand how indicators work, so that you know when to focus on them and when to be like, okay, you know, maybe this isn't going to work out the same way it always has. But now we're in the doldrums.
Yeah.
What do
That's
you think?
it.
You think they sweep it one more time and then we go into like a more of a drawn out consolidation, or do you think we've already started it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, it's so hard to say because anything from here could be realistic.
Yo,
Like a lot of different things, a lot of
one
different.
news story,
But
Nvidia goes to shit.
yeah,
Like anything could happen. That
I think, yeah. And oh, man. Honestly, like I feel we've swung down so rapidly and aggressively in a short amount of time that it feels like some mean reversion could happen, which is where we get some
yeah.
either by time to get us back to average or a little rally, like another dead cat bounce or something. Possibly, I think that's
I agree. I think the asymmetric bet is
that's
to
not
the
too
top
bad.
side, at least for the next
Yeah,
at least the next month. As long as
yeah,
we hold our lows, right? That we lose our lows, it's a wrap, obviously. But
yeah. The the thing that's like a little bit unfortunate for the rally that, well, the bull market this time around is that just when it mattered, the volume didn't show up. Like the buyers, they weren't there to punch it through the resistances.
yeah,
And it's like even on the flag we had, the big old bear flag, on the last bear market, that actually did come up to get a kiss of death on one of those moving averages. I think it was the 50 weekly SMA.
hmm
That actually got through that, and we didn't even touch it this time. It was one of them, one of the moving averages. Let me just see. I'm gonna figure out which one it is, but yeah, the 50 weekly SMA. It didn't even get a touch. Like it didn't quite come up to meet it. So that's kind of like, well, uh, I think it's a testament to how much interest was in precious metals at the time when if that wasn't going on, maybe there would have been more oomph in Bitcoin,
it's not only precious
but
metals;
so much
it's
attention.
prediction markets. Think of it.
Yeah,
Think of
and
it. The
like Mag
first
7.
wave, the first wave of traders came in down here, right? When they
Yeah,
came in when um Celestia was dropped and Dimension and all of these early coins were running, right? But then they got dumped on by VCs because VCs were playing that whole low float, high FTV game. That burnt a lot of retail, and the ones that didn't get burnt got sent into memes. Remember the whole reason that memes got big because they were like, this is fair launch, right? We're getting wrecked by these VCs. They're launching shit with no meat left on the bone, super high, and then they're just diluting this shit. But we've got fair launch over
yeah,
here, and you can just get in from the bottom floor and blah blah blah. And that was cool, and it pushed up a little, and then they lost it all. Right, as soon as they started the same, the cabals came in there, and all of the snipers, and all of the sandwiched orders, and the mev bots, and so they just got destroyed there. And then Kalshi popped up in prediction markets, and they were like, "Hey, heard you lost your ass in crypto."
yeah,
But you're an expert in politics, right? You became an expert in politics ever since COVID, and you know everything about sports, and you know weather, and come bet over here, And I think it gave
yeah,
retail a place to be degens, but somewhere that they felt they had an edge, even if they really don't. But if you see the numbers, it's crazy. Insiders are cleaning up on Polymarket.
yeah,
But if you look at the numbers, right? Sports betting, all my whole friend group. If you go into my group chat, it's all parlays and who they're picking for on sports bets and all this other shit. They're spending the money. They're risking it, but they're risking it somewhere else. when Robinhood's earnings came out, they said that they made 5 cents on every dollar on stock trades. So no, yeah, 5 cents on every dollar on stock trades. They made $1 per options trade, $2 per crypto trade, and $4 per prediction bet.
Wow.
So what do you think
That's
they're going to be
interesting.
focused on? Right, Polymarket
Yeah.
has over $600 billion on just on the sports side. So yeah,
Wow.
there's a lot of things that soaked up our cash. Definitely a lot of things that soaked up our cash. So look at this chart real quick. I was playing with this earlier. Look at how nice those tops have come in.
Oh yeah. Linear trend line. It's really nice.
Right? And then the bottoms have been sequentially lower. Like you had a 382,
Yeah.
and then you got a 618. So a
If you link
786 hit here by time on the date that we should have our bottom would be 46.
I do think that the correction we've had so far since the all-time high, that's probably the most velocity to the downside we'll get. I mean,
Yeah.
in my opinion, I mean, I could be totally wrong, but it seems just the way that bear markets tend to go, most of that carnage happens in the first third of the bear market. Most of the damage gets done, and then the rest is just like a slow squeeze out of
Yeah.
like whatever's left.
Look at this.
But yeah,
You could probably see this by eye, but look at this.
yeah. Oh, it's incredible. It's like we had the answers all this time. Yeah, it's quite similar. Yeah, it's really nice.
I mean,
If
if
it
it
all
plays
pans
out
out
like
like
that,
that,
it'd be crazy.
oof. Yeah, you've got the schematic ready to go.
If it plays
Limit
out like
order
that, it
set
would
at
be amazing.
46.
I mean, that's as close as I can get it, top to top, bottom to bottom, consolidation where it
Yeah,
consolidated drop. This section right here would be part
yeah,
of
another
that
flag.
multi-month sort of consolidation that we could be going into right now before another drop that then eventually finds our bottom
Yep.
somewhere in the 40s.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
He said, dude, where's our pump to 85? So this little section right here is where that would live. Remember, this doesn't have to rhyme. I mean, this is just rhymes. It doesn't have to be exact. But the top of these pumps, like you would say that that top right there is basically right here. And what you'd be looking for is a higher high. For me, that would be at the bottom of these ranges. I don't think we go higher than this range. Here we didn't even. Here we just fizzled out and went. But like I said, it doesn't have to play like that. There's no reason why you can't. And then reject and then come down and then do the thing.
I do. You know the CME charts. I think it's BTC1 exclamation mark. That
Mhm.
has a gap on it on the daily. If you go on there, yeah, I see you've got it. Yeah, you've got it drawn in full. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's
that
the
could
big gap.
totally be the reason why I'm going to fill that up.
Well, that's the target here. So if we go to the 15-minute on our micro chart and we scram down, putting this low, right, as long as it's a higher low, would give us that W fractal, and that W fractal gives us a measured move of the CME gap. That's the play, right? If you go on the daily, that's where liquidity is. Yeah, maybe not the daily. I'm tripping. I forgot what the chart I was on. But if you go to the 4 hour, right, that's basically the move there. Question is, have we found that lower high? I mean that higher low, or can we get it at like 66, which is what I want. Come down 66, volume spikes up, and then we can ride that into the sunset.
Yep.
But I am so out at that point. Can't tell you how. I
Yeah.
cannot tell you how fast I'm selling at that point. But there's enough gas, right? This is the short squeeze that's set up. Right? This is everything market makers left behind with the most massive target, blaring target for him. We'll see. I'll be honest with you, I'm starting to buy anything with a low 5 on it. Like, we get down underneath 5.5 and we're capitulating into those ranges, right? Any red week, I'm loading up. If you want a simple answer,
I've already started.
CBBI was one of the ones that failed to the top side, right? Because some of it depends on euphoria. But the good thing is that it still measures depression and everything just fine, right? To the downside, none of these will fail. They will all trigger when they're supposed to, and it'll get down, in my opinion, underneath 10. Once CBBI is underneath 10, I have to buy on any red week. That's a rule that I have. I also have a rule that I have to sell over 90, and I never got above 90, but I don't think that's good enough reason to break my bottom rule just yet.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing though, if a 4 pops up in front of Bitcoin's price and CBBI is not underneath 10 yet, I'm still buying.
Yeah, I've already started buying. Not heavy. I'm just, easing in, just to sort of. It's more so out of principle, so that I've made like, oh yeah, I'm committed now. I have to maintain.
It takes some of the edge
I
off
have
too,
to improve
man.
this.
Every
Yeah.
buy you make takes a little bit of anxiety away. And again, like dynamic DCAing, right? Like if you're gonna break your buys into 10 equal buys, then you're gonna end up with the middle price between from when you started DCAing to the bottom. But if you put like 100 or 1,000 or 10,000, split up however it is, but 1 and then 2 and then 4 and then 8. And you keep
Doubling
scaling up,
each
then
time.
because your bottom buy will snatch your average all the way down, right? And you'll get to the money faster. That's also how you get out of bad trades, by the way. On spot.
Through that, you just improve
that
provided
average,
you're getting into
snatch it down
something.
as much as possible, and then get out on a dead cat bounce.
Without work on leverage?
Yes, but I do not advise it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways for that to go wrong.
I would argue, I don't think there's many times, if not any times, that you should open a leverage position that doesn't have a stop loss. Usually you want to get out of those as soon as they turn against you. It's not worth the pain of trying to maintain a terrible position, a terrible entry. I've done that too many times.
Throwing good money after bad money. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's better to cut it and start over, like wait for the next position, or if not, trade to the market, which is short. Find the shorting opportunities if you're scalping or if you're leverage trading. Yeah, I think. Not financial advice, but yeah. You know what? Whoever's listening now and is still around, you've already won half the battle, and that is being here and paying attention. Because think of how many people aren't even interested or have forgotten about Bitcoin, you know what I mean? That will come back in later, like 3 years from now, 2 years from now. Be like, oh, Bitcoin's pumping again. Wow. Okay, I'm coming in. and all these beautiful prices are like behind. And they're like, oh, I wish I was paying attention 12 months
Bro,
ago or whatever.
I got friends that are like trying to talk me out of it because they're like, "Oh, do you
Yeah.
see what this is doing? You see what price is doing? I told you." And I'm like, "Dude, like
Yeah.
this is supposed to
It's
happen.
discounts,
Like, if
baby.
you didn't do this, I'd be really concerned."
Yeah. I just treat it like fueling my car. Like if I see the gas station, like the prices have dropped, I'll buy it. I'm gonna fill my tank up, man. Like it's attractive to buy at cheaper prices of something you need or want or find value in.
Not taking profits is
but-
the only thing that makes dips hurt. Which means if
Yeah.
this is painful, then you know what you know what you need to focus on.
Yeah. That's true.
No, and
I remember when
go ahead.
we had pretty lengthy conversations about feeding the ducks, like about 8 months ago, 7 months,
Yep.
maybe 6 months ago, and that was it was true. It was so true.
It's so much easier
are
to
up,
get
man.
out when you think it's early. Because I mean, think about it, right? Like think about how fast the right side of that drop went. Like if you just
Yeah.
missed your exit by a couple days, 30%, and on Bitcoin,
So bad. Yeah.
But if you just feed the ducks while they're quacking, while everybody's excited and everybody wants to buy, and you just slowly dropping the breadcrumbs, like, okay, you want some? Here you go. Here you go. Here you go.
Yeah. That's right. And I don't think it's the worst idea if you like Bitcoin and you plan on holding it for 4+ years. Like these aren't terrible prices. When you know that it is possible for Bitcoin to go to 125 and beyond, like this is a good discount. This is not bad. It's pretty good. You can probably get better later this year or further into this year, but I still think it's not bad.
Well, I don't want to
good.
influence anybody, but I was talking with somebody
No.
specific, and I can use their story as a. So they got in at 15. They haven't taken profit yet.
Oh, okay.
They really want to take profit. They really want to come down, but they didn't think to. They didn't think to add in the taxes. So if we're right and Bitcoin's going down to like the 40s, that's a 30% drop, 36% drop, 40% drop, something like that, right? If you owe 40% on your taxes and you're selling your Bitcoin so that you can use the money to buy the dip, but you've got to pay 40% on taxes and Bitcoin's only going down another 40%. Like, I know it's a tough pill to swallow, but you're getting really close to breaking even. You know what I mean? Like, in the long run, assuming that you're paying your taxes the way you should. Or that you're an American, right? That might be different for... But you have to take that into consideration too, right? If I take profits here, how in profit am I? What do I owe? What am I going to have left to buy the dip with? Is it going to go down enough to justify that risk? Or is it better to just start trying to accumulate more money to buy the dip with, right? And I know nobody wants to hear that because it basically means you round trip the bull market. But just because you made one mistake doesn't mean that you need to make like 3 more to make up for it. You know what I mean? Like at some point you got to just, okay, this is where we're at. This is what happened. Cool. Now what? But some people will wait a little longer, and that's not. That'll be even worse. You'll end up paying more in taxes than the discount you got, and end up with less Bitcoin. Not to mention the added stress of now you're out of position and you don't want to miss the bottom and all that other shit.
Just real quick, what is like a good hardware wallet that you would recommend? A Ledger or a Trezor?
Do you want to go like electronic or because I've been using Tangent a lot more,
Oh, okay.
but between Trezor, I like Trezor. I mean, Ledger. It just depends. It depends on the interface, right?
Yeah.
What some of the new ones with like the fancy interfaces, those are cool. But
Okay.
I like Tangent Wallet. I actually want to reach out to them and see if they're willing to sponsor the channel because once we start doing Cypher School, I want to try to get a really good exchange sponsor that's above board and isn't playing any of those like pay for people's losses games and a good hardware wallet.
Yeah.
So we can get
What do
some
you
A
try
guys
to get
Ledger
think
some
of the
Flex.
discounts for people. Oh the that's the shit, bro. That shit is
The
nice.
Flex.
Yeah.
And the Ledger Stacks.
The stacks is the fancy one.
Damn.
I mean, I like tech, so it's you know,
Yeah.
like
It is cool. I've never had a hardware wallet. I've always been digital or like on
yeah.
exchange.
But convenience factor, I like Tangent because you have one of the
I'll
cards
look
on
it
you
up.
at all time, and you always have your phone, right? And the app, you can't access the app without the card. The card has the chip. If somebody has your
Right.
card, they can't do shit without your biometrics. If somebody has your card and your
Yep.
biometrics, then they got you. Like, you know, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
Yeah.
no wallet in the world is safe from a $5 wrench attack.
Yep.
But I do like to diversify as well, right? So there's nothing wrong with starting with one
Yeah.
and
With
then, you know, maybe getting another one for longer term hold
a few
stuff
different
or,
ones.
yeah.
Yeah. For sure.
I don't know any states where you pay more for holding it longer. It's usually that, you know, you're not paying short term capital gains for holding it over a year. But I mean, check with your state. You know, who knows? You guys might live in some different states. Morning H. When it comes to online stuff, like I just use if I'm on Sol, you know what I mean? Like I'll use their main wallet, like Phantom. I'm old school. I still use MetaMask for ETH, you know. But that's just for trading money. That's for money that I'm like actively sort of using. Once I buy something and I decide I'm buying it for a long hold, I put it in cold. And it's not like it takes forever. It's 1 or 2 clicks and you're back to the exchange. Damn, I'm trying to be like you when I grow up, Neve. I wish I was organized enough to keep a spreadsheet.
Mhm.
I'd be dangerous if I was organized. MetaMask itself wasn't hacked. It just got phished. Anytime that these wallets get hacked, for the most part, it's somebody that gave up their info or somebody that took some sort of shortcut, putting your shit in the cloud or enrolling in one of these programs where they'll remember your seed phrase for you. Yeah, I wish I got that kind, bro. Sucks. The superpower I don't have. You didn't hack MetaMask H. You just got into the wallet, to a specific wallet. And if you did, don't tell anybody that. Like, what are you doing? Oh, they got fancy. They still got that offer. I need to order another set. So look, Rick, this is what this is what I've been using mostly. It's cheap too. It's only $70 for a 3-card set. But I think one of these, some of these are cheaper. Apparently, this comes with 10 Bitcoin in it, but one of them is right. They're pretty cool though, little metal cards. You want to be all America. Yeah, that's what they're doing now. They're giving the 10 Bitcoin reward instead of giving $10 off the price. It used to be $10 off the price. I mean, are they gonna attack, or are they just gonna announce an attack on Friday, get it done by Sunday, and then everything's back to normal? But we get shitted on, and Wall Street gets to make new all-time highs. That seems to be the game plan lately. I don't know. We've got enough liquidity underneath us to threaten that 60, right? But in my opinion, to break demand at like 62.4, it's gonna take something. It takes some sort of like news story. I mean, this is a big data week too. So I do expect volatility. I don't think we need anything as drastic as a war to drop us. But I can't imagine that it's going to help. Unless it's quick. Right? If they give us fear and then bing, bang, boom, it's over and they pull a Venezuela real quick, everything recovers the following Monday. Nah.
It's like Ethereum. ETH is back to 2000. Well, it's flirting with it. It's like 2012.
Let me tell you how far into seller exhaustion we are. They literally had to put Bitcoin in the Epstein files to get the size drop. Like, I've heard high levels of FUD before, but Epstein being Satoshi was a low even for was
That's
a low
crazy.
even for them, bro. Like, we couldn't just get regular tether FUD. Like, really, they had to pull out the big guns.
What's next? What's the
Nah,
next
what
hit
can
piece?
be next? I mean, damn, I didn't see that one coming.
Yeah. Lucifer himself.
This simulation is getting good. But like I said that day, right? High levels of FUD at macro support. I mean, Bitcoin drops to 60K and Epstein and Satoshi, and you didn't buy any. I know naturally that sounds like a smart idea. But in crypto world with crypto brain, that's a buy. Fear and greed at 5 or 8, whatever it got to. But yeah. Again, understanding what we're in, the cycle that we're in, and that it's short term. Right? As long as you keep those things in mind. No, it's 50, AJ. Are you in? I'm not sure if maybe you're in another country that somebody else said that they had an issue with that as well, but I can't remember how they fixed it. I can't remember if it was the payment method that they were trying to use or but it's only 50. It's a $50 one-time fee plus whatever tax they put on it for you. Yeah, I think he went to somebody did that the other day too, Neve. I can't remember who it was. But when they went to pay for it, it said that it was 70 something and oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, then try that one. Because I went to the WAP store and the prices are still the same there. So, do y'all think I should drop? Because the hoodies come in on the 17th, the samples, right? If they look good, then I'll be able to put them up probably like within a week. But I'm trying to figure out if I should do it through the WAP store or through YouTube store. It was you, Josh. Yeah. So it went through how it was supposed to. Like you just click the new link and then it was fine, or there's 2 links in the stream. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, the difference is. Wait, let me see. Okay, that one is the right one. They're the same. I don't know. That's weird. I'll have to look into it and see what's going on with that because they're the same exact link. Nah, it's all good. You're right to ask, AJ. I'm glad you brought it up because I didn't know that was still happening. Yeah, I think it's more convenient. I gotta see if there's somebody told me that you have to have 10K subs to open the store, but I have to look into it to see. If that's the case, then we'll have to do it through the WAP store. Unless I do like a crypto Cypher Shopify store or something like that. I just want my hoodie. Be real with you. I know there's supposed to be samples, but I just want my hoodie.
How much you selling the hoodie for?
I've got to see if we end up using these blanks, we'll see. I tried to go like high quality on the blanks, so the blanks themselves are pretty pricey, but I don't know if it's gonna be worth it when they get here. So I want to have like a limited one that's, you know, something that's gonna last, you know, like your favorite hoodie type shit. You'll have it in 20 years from now. And then maybe some of the lighter weight stuff just to be able to have different price ranges for everybody. T-shirts and stuff like that. Just so everybody can get something at whatever price range they're. Probably like 100. Probably like 100 hoodies, I'm guessing. So I want to do it I want to do it where I'm going to have tags on the hoodies. Like the first tag says 2025 2025 bull market, right? And then the next launch will say 2025 bear market. And then eventually it'll be like a collectible thing, right? After like 3 or 4 cycles, you'll be able to like pull out the old hoodie. I'll be honest with you, I'm making these shits for me. If y'all want some, I'll provide the link. Yeah, we were looking at Pepin earlier. It's still up here somewhere. Nice little vector recovery going on. What was it on the 1 hour? 4 hour? Very nice, very nice. Four one, 4-2 is what we were looking at on the other chart. But I mean, you know, will it get there in a straight shot? I don't know. It looks like it wants to. Yeah, I know. That's why I had to make different ones. I thought of that. So I'm gonna have 2 options. From my Muslim brothers and sisters. It came out way more cross-like than was intended. It was supposed to be more of like a fleur-de-lis thing with a lock on it. Yeah, the VPVR is made that 38. And then the next one is 42. So slight little hiccup, you know. I would like to see it pop up and consolidate there. That'd be nice. Pop up, do some consolidation into that gap, and then pop up to the next one. As long as you don't come back down underneath here, and you're gonna end up, you know, coming down Just keep your eye on that volume. You know how this goes. As long as that volume stays up, well over baseline, right? Like you're getting sustained volume here, so you are volume divergent technically, but this is a good sign. It's not a cross, it's a clover. Okay, so now I know when I go visit H, I can't wear any gold and I can't wear any Van Cleef. Just steel watches and then 5 o'clock shadow. Don't wear gold. You know who you're talking to? Nah, it's typically not a good idea to wear gold when you travel, regardless of culture and safety. I keep my flexing within the nation's borders. Even gold watches, I heard, don't sell well on that side of the world. Steel holds its value way more. Well, maybe now gold sitting where it is, but or white gold. Nope, I grew up without stuff and now I have stuff. Look at my stuff. That's how we that's how it works over here, H. I didn't have shit and now I have shit. You're gonna have to look at my shit. It's religious purposes, Terry. Some religions can't wear the symbols. be confused about. Yeah, but it's good to be aware of those things. We have a bunch of different people in the family here. Canadians don't count. They're just like really cold Americans. Or it's like anything, right? Like how many Christians do you see wearing the Star of David or that's gonna have to come from my other store. Yo, wow, what's going on, brother? Momentum, Yoel. And it's my momentum. We're not gonna leave nothing up to chance. Nah, I didn't. It's too close to bedtime for me. Start getting into a trade now. You guys are gonna have me up till 6 in the morning. I know that trick. Looks like we got a Brontosaurus forming on Bitcoin dominance. Stop me when I'm lying. Rawr. Do you see many Brontosaurus running around nowadays, Craze? Spoiler alert, it didn't end well. I'm just tired, y'all. Y'all gotta forgive me. If I don't have some fun, I'll burn out. But no, these tend to go extinct. Yeah, definitely hit that like. There's 122 of you in here and only 62 likes. When's the last time you guys even saw a brontosaurus? If that's not worth a smack of the like button, I don't know what is. Maybe that M pattern playing out. But definitely the brontosaurus. Never gonna get a sponsorship like this. I was talking about it a couple weeks ago. A brontosaurus pattern that doesn't exist, but always pops up. I mean, all you're looking at is a W pattern and a retest. Right? It holds and pops. That's just our regular W pattern playing out. I'm out of most of my gold, but I got out of most of my gold a while ago to get into silver. What I have left, honestly, I'm not sure if I'm gonna sell. It's not really investment gold. I just got some like heavier pieces, a couple heavy Cubans. Soon, I've been working on the curriculum, trying to get everything in place, trying to figure out logistically how we're gonna do this so we can include the most amount of people. Probably gonna end up being live sessions, but I'm gonna record them on a private channel and then give access to that private channel in the Discord. I think that's the easiest way to do it. But I still have to figure out what time is the best to get the most amount of people there live. I'll poll the Discord once I'm done with once I get all the curriculum and everything together. Yeah, I hear you, bro. A new beginning. New beginnings are always good. Yeah, but it's not really the channel. It's for Discord, right? So it's like when are the most amount of people available on Discord to come down into another room to do the. That metric when the most amount of people are watching tells me that I should be getting up earlier. For sure. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put up some sort of poll. And then I'll see what the we'll just do it by the most amount of numbers. And then, like I said, those that can't be there live, we'll have a link. We'll have a link to the session. And then I'll try to do. I was thinking about doing something on it. Like, whatever time we do it, I'll have an opposite time at some point during the week where we do some sort of question and answer. So after everybody sees it, if there's anything, if there's any questions, we can have a session. I let it go to my ATR. I mean, there's some times where I'll manual out if it looks aggressive, but my ATR is usually just one ATR underneath the invalidation. So I want to give that sort of I want to give that room for one candle to go under and then them whip it back, And then typically, if the volatility hasn't picked up, then it'll miss my stop loss. But no, once I take the trade and I pull that stop loss, that percentage on my stop loss, that's how much I'm willing to see. That's how much I'm willing to pay to see if my TA plays out. You get what I mean? Once I move my stop loss and a profit, then it's a different story. Like, I think that's probably the best way to look at a stop loss. Right? You have to pay to see if your TA is right. And if it's right, it's free. You only pay if it's wrong. I wait for structure. I wait for structure before moving my stop. Unless some very specific circumstances. Like if I'm chasing a breakout or something like that. You're going to see that Brontosaurus everywhere now. You're welcome.
I've heard it known as the llama, and then the llama bends down to drink when it's all over.
Save that llama for your mama. We deal with brontosauruses over here. What's up?
I'm just playing video games, listening.
What are you playing?
What's up with you?
Getting ready to go to bed.
Yeah, you're gonna try to wake up earlier.
That's the goal. That's
Dang,
the
you could be.
goal. I mean, once all the volatility is gone, it's just all. I mean, listen, if they stop doing this shit at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and I'll stop staying up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. But as long as there's volatility, they trying to catch me sleeping. Not today. Not today, Satan. But once we go into the more sort of boring part of the market, yeah, I'm gonna start getting up way earlier. You're just now brushing your teeth? You've been in chat for like 2 hours. Hot ass breath. Oh. Bum, bum, bum. What game are you playing?
Art graders.
So basic.
Oh.
Are you drinking a pumpkin spice latte too, or some matcha while you drink
What?
while you play your Arc Raiders?
What kind of hippie you think I am? But no, I hate matcha.
I'm just playing. I've seen a lot of people playing that game lately, though.
I mean, I was more into it in December than I am now. I'm all leveled up all the way, so I'm just waiting. I did my expedition already, which means you have to like give it a bunch of stuff. There's like 7 stages, and you have to give it a bunch of loot, and then you can proceed basically when the timer is up. Then you start all over again. So I don't know if I'm gonna do that, but lately I've been playing Resident Evil
Call of Duty
2.
flashbacks.
Yeah, it's. I don't really like games like that because they start to make me feel like I'm not achieving anything, and I don't like that feeling. There's no gratification in that. But I'm like, I got all of the Resident Evil remakes, and so because the new one comes out at the end of this month,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm playing all of them. I think that there's more expensive liquidity above us and below us, even though it looks like a lot down there.
There is. It's just the sentiment is so bad that it's cheaper to go down right now. It's easier to convince people to sell than to buy right now. Or at least the people that are here. We need new people. Everybody that's here is shell shocked.
I can hear the Ninja Turtles say that in my head. I'm pretty sure it's the arcade version.
It's true though. It's like you're in a Walmart that was packed with all the lines lined up, and then somebody pulled a fire alarm, and then somebody said that there was an active shooter, and then there was a bomb threat, and then somebody came on the speaker and said aisle 7 is now open. It was like, you go. No, you go first. I'm gonna just hang out for a little while and make sure it's safe before I come back out from underneath the shelf. Or they ran out of the store and they're not. I'm not going back in there.
Man.
Just wanted to trigger your inner child into making you think you died in your game.
But sometimes the other people, they make me so full of mad. Like
The best part of multiplayer though. But you're supposed to be on the other side.
What do you mean?
Like you're supposed to be the one pissing people off. Like you're not supposed to
know.
be getting trolled and shit.
No, I get trolled all the time. There's some horrible stories that I had to talk to my girl about it. I said, I'm not a killer. That's my problem. I can't kill anybody. I just let them. They trick me in the weirdest way, and it really depends what time of the day that you play, because you can get some wackos. And like this guy, this one that comes to mind is this guy was like, "Hey, do you want to see a secret?" And I was like, "Okay." And he goes, "There's a glitch in the game." No.
Stop the story right there. The story needs to go no further. If any weird random person asks you, "Hey, do you want to see a secret?" The answer is always no.
You weren't there?
Okay, so what was the secret?
Well, it's because I had just watched a bunch of videos, like all the reels, and there are glitches in the game, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe this is one of the ones that I've seen on the video, or one that I haven't seen. And he had already said he was friendly, so and then he's like starts to play this weird music, and he doesn't even know I'm a girl, because I had a voice mod on and they sound really legit on there. And then he just starts saying weird things, and then he goes, oh right, the secret, hold on, I'm gonna show this person where the secret is. And he goes, okay, are you ready to know where the secret is? And I go, yeah. And he goes, okay, come to this wall, squat down. And so I do that, and he stands behind me, and he takes out his big pipe hammer, and he just starts hitting me with it in my back. And I was like,
this is getting worse and worse.
I thought he was gonna jump on top of me and then try to get.
Yo, listen. All right, so let's summarize. right?
I thought we were
Random
shooting.
guy
Yeah.
says, Psst, "Do you want? Do you want to? Do you want to see a secret?" And then proceeds to tell you that he's friendly right before having you squat down in a corner, and you complied with all of this.
But it was weird because I had he's like, follow me, and I followed him
I'm
for a
worried
long
about your
time.
survival skills.
They're horrible. I'm too freaking gullible, and I'm just looking around at stuff, like admiring the
It's funny
graphics
as
and
shit.
just trying to loot stuff, you know, so I can bring it back to my apartment.
He said he's friendly.
He did, he lied.
But that's funny.
No, but this guy right now, there was this sniper, and it was aimed at me, and it's this like drone sniper, and it had this yellow laser beam pointed at me, and I was behind a rock, and I had these special grenades called seekers. It's when you like throw them out, and they just it turns into a missile, and then it just goes towards the thing. And so I threw 3 of those at it, and then a couple of shots, and then I kill it. And so I'm running over there to go loot it, and then I get there, and there's this guy that already looted it, and I was like, "What are you doing?" And he goes, "Oh, you can have the rest of it. I'm done." And I go, "You're done. I killed it." And he goes, "I helped a little bit." And he's saying all this as he's running up the stairs, and I was like, "Man, I should have killed that guy. I don't even know what he looted."
I think that's what you're supposed to do is kill him and take his stuff.
But see, if I kill them, then the algorithm will switch me to dirty lobbies, and I don't want to be in those lobbies.
I
I'm
think
in
the lobby
friendly.
that you're in is pretty dirty already. You ran into a random gooner.
Sometimes they trickle in, and you call them rats, Dbloc. They're
Okay.
rats. It's when they don't kill anybody for 20 rounds, like 20 lobbies. They just let people kill them,
Oh,
and
to
then they
just level
trickle down.
down. Yeah.
Yeah. And I've never even knocked out anybody. I've got like 140 hours logged in this game, and I have never killed anybody.
Roblox is the worst, yo. There's no way in hell I'd let my kid play Roblox. Might as well call that shit Roblox Island. $20.29. Chip. I'll get it fixed. You sure the 4-year cycle's broken? Only significant difference between this cycle and the others on a macro view is that we broke all-time high before the halving. Every other time, all-time high gets broken way after the halving. All-time high gets broken way over here. Over here. Institutions ran it hot when that ETF got accepted. It flew too close to the sun, got knocked down, wasted a lot of time. Finally got up into the ranges where we were supposed to take off at, and got shitted on by our own government and commodities. If 15 to 126 can be considered shitted on, but in comparison, right? We never got our banana zone because we didn't have enough money floating to do that. Because that is retail coming in and doing stupid shit with their money. They did stupid shit with their money elsewhere this time. Well, if we look at previous metrics and things continue the way they are, meaning no more, no less adoption, then my bear case is 180. $140. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Damn it, I moved the wrong thing. About 148. I mean, about 48 to 179. It's diminished returns, right? But you can't think of it that way. Like, yes, okay. This was 8x. This looks like it's more like a 4 or 5x doing the math. But buying at 15 and selling at 126 gave you over 100,000 per Bitcoin. Right? Buying at 47 and selling at 179 gives you more than that in dollar amount because of the dollar, what we're talking about, right? The price ranges we're talking about. But remember, this is just the base trade. And then the bottom of the next bear market would be 74. And the top would be, of the bear market after, would be 233. Starts to get nice, right? if you have it. So your goal before here is to make sure you've got at least one. Not financial advice. Had opportunities at 4K. Opportunities at 15. Wherever we end up here, the one thing I can tell you, right, at least historically, is whenever we end up here, whatever our bottom is, whether it's 50s or 40s or 30s or whatever, that's the cheapest it's going to get once the bear market starts. I mean, it hasn't been, Kane. That's been a pretty good idea if you look back the last 2 cycles. Right, everybody's got different tax implications and shit, so whatever's gonna save you the most amount of money. And remember, guys, this is just a projection. This is just a projection based off of a fib channel. Just something to look at. Lynn, you said? Evelyn AI. Oh, this thing is spiky, huh? I got a nice gap ahead of it. You see volume pick up, but I mean, the structure is set up to take you through that next gap. Excuse me. Structure-wise, anyways. Right, just pure chart. But this is a daily chart. This is a really big move. If you can get through all of this shit right here, right? If price breaks that high volume node at 18, then all you're looking for is volume at that point. You get volume above that range, that's going to close that gap in short time. What is this? Is a virtuals project? You're seeing significant more resistance on the way down, but than you did on the way up here, but it's eating it up. Taking those wicks like a champ. Pause. On my uptrend. As long as I'm healthy above that, I would ride this out and see what happens. The good thing about coins that are moving right now while nothing else is that they're going to get plenty of attention. If this thing catches, then you'll get some help. But that gap is crazy. That gap is like almost a 2x, 80%, 1.6x. That's probably a good idea. All right, yeah, I got to do a little bit of research before I get to bed. Oh, damn, roses. So I know you're hoping this shit just gets wrecked right now. I mean, to be fair, it is pretty much set up for a higher low. That might be a blessing, who knows, if you decide to re-enter at a lower price. Just don't get married to the average. I know the average was beautiful. The average is what hurts, losing that average. But if we come down to 66 and we hold at this SR flip and volume comes in, you know what I mean, then that's going to be a good, that would have been a decent rotation. That sucks though. I've been there before, bro. I've fat fingered some crazy trades. Well, you're not broke. You just made a very successful trade. Don't think about what it could have been. Think about what it is. You know what I mean? And now just plan your next move. Charlie Munger said he made his first $1 million taking profits too early. Yeah, just don't chase, bro. Don't revenge trade it. You know what I mean? You don't want to turn a winning trade into a losing trade because of revenge. If it makes you feel any better, we're putting in a massive M pattern up here. I just haven't drawn it out yet because I was waiting for it to get to demand. But if we look at structure right now, if it remains the same, and I'm not trying to give you any hopium and shit, you know what I mean? I'm just saying what I'm looking at right now for entry is the fact that we're putting in a really big M pattern here. As long as this move right here is just mean reversion to that SR flip in the 50 and it rolls over, then I'm looking for a drop to probably deeper than some people are comfortable going right now. Basically brings us back down to retest this downtrend from this entire move up. But that's not confirmed yet. For that to happen, you need to break 6828, 6825. Price breaks that and gets into these liquidations. It should be a pretty quick move. The reason I'm saying that is don't just jump in a trade off a reflex right now. Not financial advice. That's what I'm looking at. We're in the range. We've been in this range for a minute. Failure to hold this range opens up 65K. 64.5 actually. That's where I'd be way more interested in getting into a position. Last thing I want to do is take a position here just to slam my head against resistance and roll over. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not a good risk reward.
So do you just have a buy order sitting down there, or do you wait till you go to sleep and you wake up again?
I kind of like judge, do I think it'll happen by the time I wake up or not? Or how sure I am I'll leave a grid, or, you know what I mean? This one, I think I'm probably just going to ride it out. Price action has been really slow. I don't expect the volatility to pick up. We go through these liquidations, I mean, we'll cut through them, but I don't expect any more like rocket ship downward moves unless it's really going to take out the lows. And then at that point, I don't want to buy back in anyways. Yeah. Oh,
If it fills that left side, man, I think a lot of people will jump in.
That's the good. That's why. Like sometimes you keep knocking against It's like we don't have enough money to get up there. Everybody that's in the game right now or willing to buy does not have enough money to get through that supply, which means you need to come back and pick some people up. There's plenty of people who feel like they missed that low. All they want is a little bit of an entry mixed with some some confirmation that it's not going to drop any lower, basically. So yeah, if we get that drop and we hold either at support or at that uptrend, or even worst case scenario at this support, which is where bulls really need to hold, then I think that people will pile in. Then we can get that move to CME gap. Deal? Deal. I think this is a good battlefield here. If we do pop up without doing this, I think that we have a max limit, in my opinion, of that macro structure break, 74K. It's going to take a lot to get over that. And if we couldn't get over this, chances of getting over this and the 800 and the macro structure break are pretty thin.
If all those people took a bunch of profits, how do they not have money to buy this to push it up?
It might just be, everybody's sort of waiting for that one last push up before things get bad. Some people might have taken profits and been like, okay, well, now we just wait. Right? Now we wait for the spooky part.
It's crazy though, because the price is half of what it was at the top.
Yeah. Probably just speaks to the amount of people that we lost between here and then. You know how many people we lost in 1010? And I mean, by lost, I don't mean like they just don't want to do this shit no more. I mean like swept, portfolio's gone. I keep saying it, but it's just unbelievable. So like whenever I think about it, I'm like, everybody that was on a leverage trade on any alt over 2%, over 2x got wiped. Like a clean sweep of the board.
Yeah, I would have been devastated if that were me.
And especially the people on low leverage, like I did everything right. I used low leverage the way I'm told. You know what I mean? The only thing that would have saved them was if they really did follow the rules. And not only are you using low leverage, but you're using low leverage with a small amount of your portfolio. Anybody that was 50% or more than of their portfolio on leverage is, it's like got round tripped. So the rules that we talk about in here do save you. They're not fun and they're not, sometimes you feel like you're being too safe, or you look around at the people around you and they're all trading super high leverage and they're making great gains, but just think about what happened to them on 1010. If you got hit, think about how they got hit. The amount of risk that they were taking, or how many years or how many complete cycles you got set back. That's why these rules exist. Aster's been getting a lot of attention the last couple of days, yeah. I think it just got down to some good prices. It had a really nice recovery off the bottom, and like I said, right now when nothing's moving, anything that shows any sort of oomph to it is gonna get a lot of love. Just watch the volume. Watch today's volume, tomorrow's volume. As long as it keeps increasing in volume, No problem, bro. I would go deeper into it, but I'm like, I have one eye open at this point. They take my ass to sleep. So remember what we're watching tomorrow. If we lose 68-2, then we're looking to sweep. Possible drop down to 44. Oh shit. Possible drop down to 64.5. We can invalidate that idea if we can close above 704. If we take out this M pattern, then we're back in this range, and the chances of us just doing what nobody wants to do, which is just continue to do this, go up. Right? Just because we invalidate that M doesn't increase the possibility of getting above this supply. Remember, we've been attacking this thing for days. Unless volume picks up and we see way higher volume than we have now, then chances are you're not going to have enough to break. So there's two levels here, right? If we break, things go bearish. If we invalidate, we go back to normal, boring, sideways. If we can break above, then we can start talking bullish. Everybody clear on that? I hear you, bro. I'm like low-key rooting for this shit to crash. Just because you got screwed out of that trade. Not to mention I would like to pick up some lower prices, but all right, good people. Trade safe, wait for confirmation. Don't get too excited if you start to see green vectors through this until it sustains and actually shows the potential of breaking. I'll get back with you in the morning.
This poop head just killed me. He healed me and then killed me. What a weirdo.
Top of the morning.
Get like 500, 600 Bitcoin sitting below us right at 68.2, 68. Looks like we'll go up to find some liquidity around 69.1 and head back down is my prediction.
It's time to grab some 57, baby.
What was that?
It's time for some 57.
57.
Sounds great.
Far from Bitcoin at 57 right now.
You'll have it. You'll have it.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong, I think we'll go down to 64 and find support there. Around there.
Break through it and go to 57. Mr. Emad, how's trading going?
Oh, pretty good as long as we keep coming down.
You're in a short?
Yeah, I got a nice short on Dogecoin up at the top before
You're
all
not
of
too
it. But I did get stuck in a short on Bitcoin that I'm trapped in. I'm getting ready to get released from or continue. I don't know.
I'm in no place at this moment.
Yeah, I'm looking for an entry. Short.
I'm looking for an entry long, but I think it's gonna be for Thursday.
Yeah, I'm looking to get out of shorts and get into a entry long.
So, Emad,
ELC.
type in. Oh no, I will send it on Discord. There are some nice cards for sale, and I want to buy one. Need to know. I still have the heaps of cash here, if you know what I mean, and it's tinkling. So
I
I
can
want
work
to
with you, man. Let me know.
no. It's
See if it's
USD.
in the United States. You know, I can go look at it if it's close.
It's close here. It's 1 hour from my place, but it's a non-driver and a restorator. But the non. Do you know Austin Healy's?
Nah, not familiar.
It's the same as a Cobra.
Mustang Cobra?
Shelby Cobra.
Yeah, same thing.
Not the same thing.
Well, Ford makes Shelby.
Yeah, but at the end of the road, a Cobra isn't a Ford, if you know what
But
I
you
mean.
know what I mean. Manufacturer.
I know what you mean. So, gonna send it.
Yeah, I'm actually looking for a car for myself, a convertible for the summer. But I don't want to spend much.
For me also, I'm also looking for a convertible. That's why I'm looking for this.
Something cheap. It doesn't need to be expensive. Like maybe I saw a nice 95 Corvette that was all white. That was really clean.
So the one I sent you is not in this state, but driving state. He asks 16,000 euros. They're selling for 95 until 100 restored. So that's always the key, the way to go.
Oh wow, that's a lot of money to restore something. But I guess it was worth that much money restored. The big move. I'll check it out real quick. Oh wow, yeah, that looks expensive.
Yeah, it looks amazing, huh?
How are you going to get parts?
The second one is the one I could buy already for a couple of weeks, and he's asking 13.5. Non-driving condition, fully in boxes, everything apart, no cabrio. But I want something this summer to cruise with, and I think the The first one is more gonna be, if you know what I mean. It's like a rich ass business car. I need something like that. I met a new chick and she's also like, we need to have a cabrio for the summer. It's like, yeah, I know it, but the alpha is in my head, man.
Yeah, that red car is a popular car. I've seen that car before.
Yeah, the blue one that I sent you last is the one that's for sale. Look at the state for its 16. USA car, but already in Belgium, imported, tax paid. He asks 16,000, so I want to go there and pay him 11. Maybe that's too baller.
Yeah, you might not like that, bro.
With cash, just cash in the hand, 11.
Worth a try. You never know how desperate he is.
I don't think he's desperate. If you see that, I think he's a renovator, business owner, so money will not be a problem. And some other
That or
pictures,
he's not desperate and he's not getting any buyers. He doesn't care.
think he's not getting any buyers because they are hard for non-restorators, if you know what I mean. So it's not a car you can do in your garage at home because
That's
it's
not too many people like you.
To do it on a correct way and blah blah blah. If you know what I mean, it's not easy, no, indeed. But it's a 6-cylinder, 61. It's also an old car. Something tells me I should buy it, and it's a red one original. So underneath the paint, there's some stone chips and stuff like that. It's a red one. So red is my favorite color. I like to buy red cars.
From where are you able to afford such a car?
I do a couple of years of crypto. I have 3 businesses, and I have the restoration shop as one of the businesses. So
What business are you in?
I had a window cleaning company which I sold. Another company I'm gonna not mention what it is. And the other company is a restoration shop for old-timers and tropical cars.
Nice, man.
Yeah, they're not. I know they're not worth much, but I kind of want like a really clean late '90s Mercedes convertible.
Oh, they're nice, man. An SLK or something like that, 500. They're very nice, and they're not cheap anymore. They're quite expensive lately.
I see some cheap ones over here. I don't know if it's the 500 though. I can get them for maybe 6, 7, 8,000.
Yeah, but watch out because they are rust buckets on wheels. Honestly, they are nice cars. They're very good engines. Drivetrain is well sorted out, so they are steady on the road. But watch out because they are. I do a lot of them for a based client here. One of my best
That's in
clients
Florida.
is a Mercedes restorator who puts in weekly one chassis, or if you know what I mean. And they are rust buckets.
Damn.
You have alloy ones and you have steel ones. The doors, the hood, the trunk is alloy in all the models, but the body itself, wheel arches and stuff like that is all in steel. And I can tell you, they are always gone.
Yeah, I don't got too much to spend, so I'm still looking at the Porsche 944 and the Boxster because they're cheap. To me, the Boxster, I mean, I know it's maybe you consider it girly or what, but it could be made to look good. If you put some nice wheels on it, the wing on the back, the bumper on the front.
Yeah.
It looks more expensive than what it really is, if you do it right.
Like I mentioned before, a 996 or a 993, man. It's now the moment.
Price goes up though, man. We're talking 20 to 30.
Yeah, but if you just drive it 2 years, it's 40. They're gonna be like
Oh
smash.
damn. Okay, that's right. That's right.
It's gonna be a buy, flip, double profit thing, if you know what I mean.
Which one's cheaper?
For sure, the 993 is cheaper. It's the 996 will be cheaper.
What year?
It's between 2000 and 1989, 2003 or something like that.
I don't want 80s. Well, I guess I could if the price is right. Okay, 89 to 2003. Damn, that's a long range. I think I'd probably be looking for mid 90s to late 90s. Seems to be the sweet spot for price.
Yeah, so the type is 996 and they're built from 1989. No, 1998, sorry, until 2003.
Man, it looks so much like the Boxster, though, man.
Yeah, but it's a car who's going to go up in value.
Man, it looks the same. That's where they messed up, man. They shouldn't have did that.
It's the year from the Boxster, if I'm not wrong. So
The same. The front is the same.
yeah,
I could get a nice Boxster clean. 6 speed, 5 speed, whatever it is. Maybe 80, 90,000 miles. Probably like 8,000. Ready to go. Maybe less. Find me one that's already got some wheels on it. Wing. I like it in white with tinted windows. Put me a little muffler on it. Make it loud. That'll be good enough. All right, give me a 944 that has back seats. But honestly, I do like the what's it called? The starts with a C. The Porsche Cayman.
Porsche Cayman.
They're coming down. They're looking kind of cheap here. I could get like a 2015 Porsche Cayman, maybe 20,000 or less. Clean, nice. Let me show you. check your inbox, Kevin. Tell me what you think of this. I also see another one in black with less miles for cheaper. fake out.
Is there anyone on in any Bitcoin trades right now?
I'm in a short.